morning, everyone.
Buenos días a
Welcome
todos.
to City Hall, welcome
Bienvenidos
to
al
Council
Concilio de
Chambers, and
Celebración a la
welcome to a
Cámara del
meeting of the Los
Concilio.
Angeles
Bienvenidos a
City
la Junta del
Council for
Concilio de
today,
Iglesia para ahora
Tuesday,
martes,
January
enero
28,
28,
2003.
2003.
The City Council meets every
Concilio
Tuesday,
se junta
Wednesday,
cada
and
martes,
Friday at
miércoles y
10 a.m.
viernes
or
a
as
las 10
close
de la
to it as
mañana,
we
lo
can
más
achieve a
cerca que
quorum.
podemos llegar a un
Members,
miembros.
meetings are open to the public. We do invite you to join us. For those of you unable to attend council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Bernstein, Galanter, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Holden, Labange, Mizikowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Weiss, Sign, Padilla. 11 members present. The quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Before beginning with today's agenda, I would ask all of us to please rise, and Mr. Weiss, would you please lead us in our salute to the flag?
You could all rise and face the flag. Place your right hands over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And also, before beginning with the matters appearing on today's agenda, guards, we have a busy one today. I'd ask for your help in keeping the area behind the horseshoe and behind the council members clear and quiet. Madam Clerk, first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Ms. Perry moves and Ms. Hahn seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Bernstein moves and Ms. Mizikowski seconds.
On the regular agenda, Mr. President, there is a confirmation of a city official. Item number 19 is confirmation of Lily Lee as the Director of the Municipal Improvement Corporation of Los Angeles.
Okay, if Ms. Lee is present, if she would please come forward at this time. Members, item 19 before us, public hearing has not been held, yet I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on this item, so we shall deem the public hearing open and closed. Are there members wishing to be heard in the confirmation of Ms. Lee? If not, do I have a motion for approval? Ms. Gruel moves. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Forthwith, please. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have been held, items 1 through 18.
Members, items 1 through 18, public hearing has been held. A motion would be required to reopen the public hearings. Members wishing to call any specials, items 1 through 18.
Mr. President, we'd like to call item 14 special, and we have an amending motion that's being finalized that we will provide to you hopefully momentarily. If we could call that special.
Ms. Gruel calls item 14 special. Any other specials? Seeing none, Madam. Ms. Hahn calls item 15 special. Any other specials? Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the balance of the items. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Item number 1 being an ordinance carries over for a second reading. Next items, please.
Items for which public hearings have not been held, items 19 through 35.
Okay, item 19 has been dealt with. Items 20 through 35 now before us. I do not have cards from members of the public wishing to address the council on these items. Shall deem the public hearing satisfied. Members wishing to call any specials, items 20 through 35. Any specials? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
On the supplemental page, item notice for public hearing, item number 36, and that is public convenience and necessity in Council District 9.
Item 36 now before us. Is a motion required, Madam Clerk?
A motion is required to grant the application. I believe the council member of the district supports that.
Ms. Perry moves. I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on item 36. Members wishing to call this matter special? Seeing none, we have a motion before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Next item for which public hearing has been held, item 37. There are 2 reports on the file, and 10 votes are required to veto the Board of Police Commissioners' action.
Let's call this matter special. Next item.
Next items 38 and 39, are items for which public hearings have not been held.
Items 38 and 39 now before us. Public hearing has not been held, and we do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on these items. Shall the public hearing satisfied? Members wishing to call any specials? Ms. Galanter. Members, any specials? Items 38 and 39 before us? Okay. Ms. Clinton, we may want to take a vote on 38 and 39 separately, if that's okay. Yes. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll on item number 38? Members, roll is open. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. Next item, please.
Item number 39 is before the council, and that's a Labange Weiss motion.
Members, item 39 now before us. Any members wishing to call on special? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved.
Mr. President, I request that go forth with.
Item 39.
Thank you very much.
Next item.
Going back to the items called special, item number 14 was called special by Councilmember Gruhl, and I believe an amending motion, I don't know if that's been distributed yet, but there is an amending motion.
Members, item 14 now before us.
Could we hold that on the desk? We're finalizing the amendment in the back.
Okay. Ms. Gruhl concurs. Let's proceed to the next item.
Item number 15 called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn, item number 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just wanted the opportunity to bring this to our attention. It's actually a very historic moment for the residents of Los Angeles, particularly for those in the harbor area, which I represent in San Pedro and Wilmington. As you know, the policy that gives the guidelines for how the port can spend its revenue is governed by the State Highlands Trust Act, which up until recently was a very narrow description of how the port could spend its money. For years, members of the harbor community have been complaining that while they certainly benefited from the major economic development of the port, the fact that they lived so close to the port often sometimes was a negative impact in terms of the air they had to breathe and the trucks that they had to fight with on a daily basis. So many people have been trying for a long time to get the rules changed so that there was a little more flexibility in how the port could spend its money on the surrounding community. Thanks to Assemblymember Alan Lowenthal, the state legislature recently passed new legislation, the governor signed it, which allowed for the port to spend its money, besides maritime and trade uses, on education, recreation, tourism, and educational opportunities for the residents of Los Angeles. For us to now begin to allow the port to spend that money in those areas, we have to have a charter change in Los Angeles, because our charter actually also restricts how the port can spend its money. So this motion before us today authorizes the city attorney to begin drafting the language to appear on the ballot so that the voters of Los Angeles can agree to loosen up the strings with which the port spends its money. The issue is whether we put it on the May ballot, which we've been told may only have, that might be the only item on the ballot, and there were some budget constraints in the city. We may not want to do that. We may want to push it to a later ballot. But I just wanted to bring it to your attention that I think this is one of those moments that I know for the residents in the harbor area, they've really waited a very long time for. And I think it's an important step we take to make sure that the revenue the port spends will now be able to enhance the quality of life for people not only in the harbor area, but for all over the city of Los Angeles. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Mr. Levant.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to congratulate Janice Hahn for her efforts in working with the Assembly and how important this bill is for Los Angeles to be able to have the impacts of the port, which is a great port, a great part of the whole economic engine, but the impacts of the port do affect the neighborhood. And not being able to have the Port of Los Angeles engage in ways to mitigate this is a loser. So this will be a positive winner. And it's because of your leadership and your strength in bringing this together with the Assembly and with Mr. Lowenthal and his vision to see that this is important. I just wanted to rise and compliment you because I know when I do visit the Port of Los Angeles and see the impacts on Wilmington and in San Pedro, I see the positive, but I also see the opportunity for the negative that we want to erase. And I know this will be the equation that will be able to make things change. So I want to compliment you for your leadership in doing that. Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Mr. Burnson.
Yeah, Branson.
Janice, thank you for bringing this in, but let me just go one step further. I think Tom and you both alluded to the impact, immediate impact. A lot of people don't realize 40% of all of the freight that comes in from the Pacific, it comes in fact for the entire country, 40% of the freight that comes in by sea comes into the two ports of Long Beach and our port in San Pedro. So the impact goes way beyond just the immediate neighborhood. It goes beyond the 710 freeway. It continues the Alameda Corridor East, the 60 East, and not to mention our other streets and freeways. What we need to do is to make the people who use the port, the shippers, to pay for the improvements that need to be made, the capital improvements, truck lanes, double-decking freeways, the connector between the Gap and the 710, things of that nature. Those all need to be addressed in future legislation, and we may need some changes in federal legislation as well in order to permit a container fee or a tonnage fee to help defray some of these costs. But this is the first step in the right direction, and the regional government people throughout the region are supporting the concept, including some members of Congress like Congresswoman McDonald, who started this ball rolling and had a summit recently. So I applaud the legislation. I applaud Janice for bringing this in, but it goes way, way beyond our immediate community. It goes basically, this reaches throughout the state and throughout the country, because the impact of our harbors and our airports as far as receiving freight have a tremendous impact on the mobility that we have in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnson. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 37.
Okay, members, item 37 now before us. I think we're all familiar with this item. This is relative to not only asserting jurisdiction, but whether we maintain or overturn a police commission action from last week. Council members Hahn and Mr. Cassidy, would you wish to offer some opening remarks before proceeding with council discussion? There was a significant and lengthy joint committee meeting yesterday. Madam, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Certainly, we have had an issue before us that I think at the end of the day, many of my colleagues would say they were torn. They were torn between understanding the resources that our police department had. They were torn between wanting to support our new chief of police as he decides what's best in terms of deployment of officers. But many of us were torn. I wasn't torn, but others were torn with the idea that nevertheless, this was a very important policy change that the Police Commission adopted. This was basically a dramatic change in how our police officers respond to those who have alarms in our homes, in our businesses. Over 300,000 of our residences have alarms. Many people felt betrayed by the process. We heard from neighborhood councils. We heard from community police advisory boards. We heard from business owners. We heard from insurance people. We heard from a lot of folks who said, how can we adopt this kind of a policy before we really get input from those people who are most impacted by that policy? I felt that it was really going against the new city charter. It was really going against what I had championed in terms of neighborhood councils being a part of the process before decisions were made. But it's clear we come today to a place where, again, I think we had a split decision on our committee meetings yesterday. You'll see two separate recommendations, one from the Public Safety Commission, one from the Neighborhood Education Committee. But both committees agreed on one thing, and I think that's where we're going to get to today. We agreed that there needs to be a task force. There needs to be a working group made up of neighborhood councils, made up of CPAB members, made up of people from the alarm industry. We even had suggestions from to have the fire department involved, to have the state involved in this, as some of this is related to state legislation. And we really felt like there needed to still be some questions raised, some concerns raised, and hopefully some alternatives to this current policy might be considered by the Police Commission. This working group may not get consensus. This working group may not come up with a superior policy. But what I had wanted and what I had hoped for was that the Police Commission would in fact delay the implementation of this policy. That's all I was asking for. They would delay the implementation of this policy until this task force could answer your concerns, could address what a verified call was, could think about the worst case scenario of an unverified call that really was a crime being committed. And that they would take into consideration those concerns, those complaints, and the process, albeit later than what I think should have happened, would still take place before this policy was implemented. I see Joe Gunn, Executive Director of the Police Commission, and our Chief coming up to the podium. I understand you took this up just moments ago at the Police Commission, and I'm hoping that you will say that that's exactly what you have done, that you will agree to delay the implementation of this policy so that this working group actually could begin offering some suggestions, concerns on how we might all work together to make this a better, safer city for all of us.
Councilmember, that's exactly correct. In an emergency session this morning, the Commission voted to delay implementation for 60 days to allow the your task force to meet and make recommendations, and we certainly welcome whatever recommendations they have before fully implementing the policy.
Thank you very much. The Chair recognizes Ms. Mikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a consequence of that action, I appreciate that the Chief and the Commission heeded the request and the concern that clearly all the council offices have heard, I believe that the commission has as well, because to this day, there is still some degree of confusion. I think we understand very well what the police commission and the police department did. They felt there are limited resources of officers, we have significant rising violent crime in this city, we need to best and most effectively employ our officers in our communities to deal with the rising crime problem. And the statistics show that a good deal of time is spent on burglar alarms that are false alarms and is not the most effective way of spending our police time. But what is not clear is that with this new policy as proposed, it is the intent of the department to provide faster, more rapid service to real alarms where burglaries are occurring that are verified, to get there as the highest priority call to really solve problems in neighborhoods where burglaries are occurring, where this verification can occur. I think that Ms. Hahn is right that the verification policy needs a lot of input, needs input from communities, needs input from security companies, needs input because we don't have all the right ideas. There could be all kinds of significant, valid verification controls, some of which we heard from the alarm industry. But I also think that the task force and many ideas that were raised about the concern about the alarm industry and the fees that should be paid, whether or not fees should be paid for each response, whether or not there should be an increased fee for false alarms, whether or not, as we know for a fact, that more than 2/3 of the alarms to which the police respond are not even permitted alarms in the city. They did not get a police permit. They are not paying that permit. So this discussion has brought a lot of issues to the fore that I think we need, and this task force needs to work with the police department, with the police commission, with the neighborhood councils, with our community police advisory boards, with the alarm industry to really bring this and set this forward right. I appreciate that the commission has acted, and Mr. President, I am going to move. We have 2 committee reports in front of us. I am going to move that we delete item 1 from both the committee reports. Those are what are at variance. One says support, one says veto or do not support the police commission policy. I move that we delete item 1 from both committee reports and adopt the combined reports for both the rest of the items, which include the task force, include the continuance of the existing policy and for the temporary period of time of the task force, and that the commission would review the task force results and consider that in any implementation of the policy thereafter.
Second motion, Mr. President.
Members, we have a motion on this item, so I hope we're all listening, that we're clear on what Ms. Mizikowski's motion
The
is
intent would be to
articulated.
receive and file the action of the commission, but move forward on the task force and get the police commission to agree, and the request, which they've already agreed to review the recommendations of the task force in the implementation of any policy.
Okay. I have next on the queue Ms. Gruhl, followed by Mr. Burnson, Mr. LaBonge, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Weiss, and Ms. Hahn. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, and I want to thank the police commission and the chief for being here today and having the emergency meeting. Colleagues, and I thank all of you in the audience today, this is what the charter is all about. This was about dialogue and ability to have discussion about important issues that face our neighborhoods and our communities. This is also about making sure that our police department is not having to respond to 92 to 96% false alarms. And so many good ideas have come out of this discussion in the last 2 weeks. Councilmember Mizikowski and I were chatting about one of the things I recommended yesterday, which was actually a certification or alarm franchises in the city of Los Angeles. Also about potentially increasing the fees, which I've had constituents say to me, I know that I'm normally not a person who says I want to raise fees, but I believe this is such an important issue. So I think we're standing here today, a good day for democracy, a good day for charter reform, a good day in supporting the police department, and at the same time, our neighborhood councils, our community representatives, our CPABs, to make sure that we are sending a clear message to our residents that what you believe in matters to us. We listen to you. So many times our constituents say, do you really listen to my emails or my calls? Does anyone hear us? We heard you. We heard you loud and clear. This compromise is something that many of us, I believe, this is a win-win situation for us. And so I want to again thank the Police Commission, the Chief of Police, my colleagues here, Janice Hahn and Cindy Misikowski, for bringing this to fruition, and something that we can all support, come back, and make sure that as quickly as possible, we ensure that we don't have a lot of false alarms, that we're responding to those critical issues, gang violence, robberies, homicides in our neighborhoods, that our police are doing the real work of our city. So I just am pleased to stand here and support the change and the receive and file and recommendations that are before us today to delay invitation, have that input, and to stand for the reason why we have charter reform. Thank you very much.
Mr. Burnson.
Okay, thank you very much. This does have to be resolved. We cannot abandon the public. We cannot let criminals know that we're not going to respond when somebody's home or business is invaded. This is just something we cannot as a city do. We have to find a way to structure this. I know that nobody's listening over here, but that's okay, because I'm going to do what I'm going to do anyway. I know Joe's listening. Let me just say that I am not going to support receiving and filing the veto. I will support the task force. We have to find a way, Chief. We've got to find a way to finance this thing. Whether it means charging $100 or more for every response that takes place, whether it's a false response or a real one, we got to find a way to do that and put the officers on the streets that we need in order to accomplish that. And it looks like we're going to get some officers back, unfortunately, from the MTA, and maybe that will help us a little bit. But we've got to find a way to do this. And I'm not sure, even if it means that we have to, if the LAPD can't do it, and I hate to suggest this, but it's something that we may have to contract with some with companies to do this, to respond to these things, and perhaps have the users of the service pay for it. I recognize the fact that 90% of the calls are false alarms. I recognize the fact that what kind of strain it puts on your ability and your officers to enforce the law on really serious crimes and things that are taking place. So it's not an easy question, and I'm not trying to, and I know it's a tough decision for you to make and for the commission to make, but we cannot, I plead with you and the commission and the council, we cannot at any time say that we're not going to respond and protect our citizens. Simple as that. So I would urge that I'd ask that we bifurcate the motion on the receive and file of the veto, and we continue this and allow the task force to proceed, and we can go from there. And I'm certain that if everybody's willing, and the people that use this service are going to have to pay for it, simple as that, and I have no problem with that. Whatever it costs, and people that want to protect their homes are going to have to pay for the response that takes place. That we should proceed in that manner, but I would urge a no vote on any veto at this time. Let's wait till we come back and see what the recommendations are.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Hahn for her passion that she had on this issue. We do have a new day, Chief Martin. We have our neighborhood councils. We have the opportunity now to engage them on seriousness. And I know it wasn't you, it was the police commission. I don't want to pick on Joe Gunn because he went to Marshall High, and that's where I went. But we got to inform people, and we know that. And this was a good lesson for all of us on this issue. But at the same time, 92% of the alarms were misfires. 92% were offsides. 90% were incomplete. 92% were thrown in the stands. 92% were failures. And that other time there, when this ultimately gets resolved, and this task force will have some ideas that may help that, will be better police services for the people of Los Angeles. Chief, I just want to give you a minute if you wanted to just express what you feel strongly about this issue, because you were at a community meeting in Los Feliz at the Autry maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago at the Austria Museum in Griffith Park, and they asked some of these questions, and you were very clear how you want to see this managed so you could get more officers on patrol. Could you just articulate that? Because that's why I support the Police Commission's interest, but also this task force as well.
Well, the point I think you're making, Council Member, is that the very small department we have to make resource allocation decisions, trying to put officers where there's more likelihood they will have success in not only apprehending criminals, but more importantly in preventing crime in the first place. The 15% of the patrol resources we now spend chasing false alarms that have consistently shown no improvement over the last 5 years. That 15% of officer activity could be focused in the parks, in the schoolyards, on the streets, prioritized focused patrols in areas where we know we're having problems. Over in your district, the series of rapes we've unfortunately had over the last several years, we could use officers focused very specifically on trying to improve our chances of apprehending that individual. In the Valley which has the highest rate of false alarms, the Valley which is always very concerned with police visibility and presence, particularly on traffic enforcement, those officers, that 15% patrol time could be focused very significantly on traffic enforcement, reducing the very high fatality and accident rate and insurance rates for automobile accidents in the Valley. So the 15% that I'm looking at is really an investment in increased safety rather than continuing to spin our wheels, literally spinning our wheels, responding to these calls that have shown no improvement. And I look forward to what will occur over the next 120 days, see if there are viable recommendations coming up. But I'll repeat my assertion of yesterday. You go show me any place in America where this issue has worked, well, that's the model we'd like to follow. You may in fact have to create the model, because as far as I know, it doesn't exist anywhere.
Thank you. Members, it's very important, and on the other issue that Chief spoke about, 6% of the calls, 6% is of the whole population. Is that correct? Of the 3.8 million people in Los Angeles, 6% may have this type of service or related to it at Edmond. Well, I'm not going to challenge Janice Hahn again ever, but no. We have a whole other question here too, about how this gets done, and I think we have to continually work on that area. I just want to support, because that 15% is really what I'm interested in. I'm interested in you getting off Melrose Avenue and driving down Lillian Way. I'm interested in you cut through the hills of Silver Lake and Hollywood and off on the side streets and get that patrol that I know every citizen wants to see, so everybody gets service. Everybody gets service, which is so important. And I want to see the industry be successful and engaging in technology and coming up with ideas to work closely with the police department in order to serve people. You have a business which is very important. In industrial parks, an area where there's not a lot of people around that so long, is that one thing that is the guard that's there. The other point, too, I just want to make it clarified, because I know people want to know. The panic button. Someone said, if I hit the panic button, will I still get a call? Could you answer that, Joe?
Yes, you will. You will still get a call, and I might add to what the chief said. You will get better service under this policy, because we will make a verified response, a high priority call, which means they'll be there in 10 minutes or less, where under the current policy, the average time is 45 minutes, and on weekends it's much more. So we will continue to respond to panic buttons, and you will get faster, better service on real burglaries.
Good. Mr. President, members, thank you very much. Big lessons today about the involvement of neighborhood and notification on such an important issue. I think we all saw that, and also the importance of making sure we respond. Yesterday, Dennis Zine spoke about Laura Chick's involvement in pushing this. I remember when Peggy Stevenson was first pushing this, and Joe Gunn was the commander at West Bureau, if that's so long ago it was. But anyway, thank you. Let's move forward.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know for some this may still sting, but I hope that people feel the nice tingle today as well, that something good has happened here. I think this has been a great day for safety in Los Angeles and a great day for democracy in Los Angeles. It's been a day in which we've increased public safety here in Los Angeles, but we've also opened up government. The people stormed the castle, and the castle listened. But just as importantly, the people listen, because it really has to be that two-way. And we have an irony, I think, with a lot of issues, and maybe this is why it's difficult and there's still a lot of stings from this, is that the average Joe and Josephine, no matter what a good job we do with outreach, won't learn about an issue until these cameras cover it. And these cameras often might not cover it until it actually there's a decision that's made, like the commission did do. But that's a point when there's an opportunity, not an impediment. That's a moment in which we can say, we want people to get involved. How often do we have people involved in an issue in Los Angeles? Let's take advantage of this. So my praise goes to Janice Hahn for opening that up. And while it may have been painful for some to deal with, it was exciting for me as a council member to see in Echo Park that people on a listserv were, arguing and debating this back and forth and getting involved with public safety in a way that we want for the partnerships that the chief has talked about. Whatever we can use to get people to focus on public safety in this city, I think is a victory. And whatever we can do to give people faith in the neighborhood council system that we continually have to strengthen, give more responsibility, and give more funding to, is something that I think we all should be able to embrace. So this came about because of a commission that has worked on this diligently, and they deserve a lot of praise. And this comes about because of a chief who has a vision of making this city safer. And I think any citizen, if told that we could hire 1,800 more cops tomorrow for $0, they would do it. And that's what we're going to get out of this policy when we do it right. And I look forward to this public input because there are always good ideas out there. I think you know more than us, and if you didn't, we shouldn't have you as the chief and as the executive director of the police commission. Any of our staff should know more than us. But none of us ever know everything, too. And it's always great to hear the average person out there be able to come to an issue, give us some suggestions, give us some thoughts, and that's what I hope these 60 days do. But at the end of the day, this is the right policy, it's one that I support, and it's one that we're going to implement in the city, and we're going to make the city even safer because of it. Thank you.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues and people in the audience, I have a question for all of you. I'd like to ask everybody who's here today, if you could raise your hand for me, please, everybody. If you can tell me if you remember Clive Jackson. You raise your hand if you remember Clive Jackson. See Chief McDonald remembers Clive Jackson, Deputy Mayor Yang. Anybody from the alarm industry remember Clive Jackson? Any folks down here to complain about response to burglar alarms remember who Clive Jackson was? Chief, could you please tell these folks who Clive Jackson was?
You may recall about a month ago, the mayor attempting to draw attention to the horrendous murder problem in the city held a press event at the 77th Police Division with the family, the parents of Clive Jackson, a young man who was involved in an altercation. He was not a gang member, was involved in a spontaneous altercation with a gang member who proceeded to shoot and kill him on a corner in South Central. And the mayor was attempting, through the death of this young man, and you may recall a letter that he had written to UCLA asking for information about how he could go to college. The mayor attempted to put a face on the numbers, the horrific numbers, 658 murders last year. And the idea that this is a serious crime, that while most of it is occurring certainly in selected areas of the city, it's an issue that the whole city has to face up to and take responsibility for.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with what you just said, Chief. Folks, Clive Jackson was a 14-year-old high school boy at Crenshaw High whose only crime was that he went to a donut shop and ran into a gangbanger who shouldn't have been there. He wanted to go to UCLA. That's his only crime, and he now lies dead. And this last weekend, folks, I say to everybody here from the alarm industry, it was reported by our Assistant Chief, Mr. McDonald, that there were 884 calls for service for burglar alarms in the city of Los Angeles. 860 of them were false alarms. 22 shootings occurred in this city this last weekend. 8 of them were homicides. 8 Clive Jacksons. 8 families now, like Clive Jackson's family. And I dare say, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, that I represent a district which, relatively speaking, we have more than 1/15 of the burglar alarms in the city in my district. I guarantee you that. Well over more than 1/15. We have less crime. We have far, far, far fewer Clive Jacksons in CD5. And I am willing, I will go along with the request today, but I am willing to give the police department the flexibility they need to deal with the epidemic of violent crime in this city. As Chief Bratton just said, whether you live in CD5 or CD14 or CD1, it is everyone's responsibility in this city. And I will do my share, and I ask everybody here when this task force makes its report in 2 months to do their share as well and support Chief Bratton in this policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I want to thank the Chief and his staff, Joe Gunn, as well, for this chart, this map that we requested the last time we had this discussion. I wanted to see what it was that we were dealing with. Well, this morning, it was a great morning in that we opened up the Cypress Park Library. But out of the blue of this program, the sister of a young man who had been shot and killed a month ago in Cypress Park wanted to speak to what that library meant to this young man. And he wanted to be there, he wanted to be part of the celebration. But he was gunned down and shot. And in her poem, she talked about what he wanted to do in his life, what education would mean. And so I was thinking, what a juxtaposition. Here we are opening a library education, and I'm coming back to council to talk about how we manage our time efficiently so that officers can attend and deal with the violent crime. Now look at the statistics. We have 9,000 officers, but only a percentage of those officers are in the field, in the car, actually out in the street. And when you look at these false alarms, I'm thinking, we need to change this. And so I want to thank Councilman Burhan and Councilman Padilla for his words yesterday in committee. And Councilman Zakowski and Councilman Weiss, because we are looking at this as one city. But we do need the time to understand what we're doing with this industry. How is it that people pay fines for a product that is not effective? How is it we allow for an industry to get away with that kind of a market when we find ourselves subsidizing not only in a monetary way, but in terms of human resource, human lives? So let's clear this up. Let's understand what we're doing. So I'm of the frame of mind that we need to act on this as soon as possible, but let's make sure we create that venue that I believe Councilman Burhan wants to create, which is input from the community. But let's not do it on the backs of those who are the most vulnerable. And because of social conditions, language, immigration status, become the most vulnerable and the most invisible, and yet are the ones that we find on that statistic of homicides, rapes, and violent crimes.
Ms. Galantri.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question and make a couple of comments here. First of all, with respect to Clive Jackson and many of the other murder victims, most other murder victims, the sad fact is that even if the police were not following false burglar alarms, there's no guarantee that there would have been a police officer close enough to prevent what actually happened. And think about I've forgotten where it was, where some guy walks in and shoots a 2-year-old in the head. I mean, there are a lot of nasty people out there, and we do depend on our police force to help us catch them. But the most critical thing is to prevent them doing it in the first place, because capturing the murderer doesn't bring back the victim. So I'm sympathetic to your need to have your officers out where they can at least catch them and maybe head them off.
But I do think we should not be unrealistic about what we're asking our police officers to do. I also want to say, based on my own experience, when I had an alarm not connected to anything, when I really truly needed it. And so my situation doesn't really fit as an example for this. I was rescued by the public safety forces of the city of Los Angeles because my neighbors had made a 911 call. And that, I think, is the point that should not get lost in all of this. Neighborhood watch, not the neighborhood councils which have an official function and they have a structure and a board of directors and all those things, but a neighborhood watch program which the police department has historically been very supportive of and helped to organize is really what does it. Having somebody who will call independently, so you will have verification. If somebody on the block needs help or business needs help, that somebody else cares enough to make sure that help arrives. So I hope that in the course of changing our policy here, that you will not change the policy of active support for neighborhood watch groups. And I want to urge my colleagues not to be, in your desire to support the neighborhood councils, don't lose sight of the fact that there are many other mechanisms that may even be more appropriate for this situation. And that leads me to my question, which has to do with how you will verify. Because I do have to say that had that been, somebody tried to verify the night that I was in real trouble, I managed to hit the panic button. I was in no shape to answer the phone. So I'm lucky that somebody had already called. So the question is, what do you do? Now, the other night, actually, I had a false alarm in my house. In the middle of the night, my alarm went off. I was sound asleep. It turned out to be the sensor that's not in the house. It's out where the city computer is. And so I got a call as soon as the phone line was free again. And I said, well, the house, there's nothing in the house. I got up and looked. But if I had gotten up and been hit on the head, what would you have done? So really what I'm trying to ask is, what constitutes verification? If, as far as we know, it turns out, as far as we know, nothing happened. I don't know what set off. But at 1:30 in the morning, I was not about to go out and prowl around by myself taking a look. Luckily, there was, no harm, no foul there. But if it had been somebody breaking in the house that set off the alarm, and the person had gotten me, and I was in no shape to answer the phone, what do you do? And I just hope that we can make clear to the public what our responsibilities as members of the community are and how we can help the department do its job.
Council member, in your tragic case, that was verification. A neighbor calling is verification, which means that it was a high priority call. Under the proposed policy, we would dispatch 10 minutes or less. Under the old policy, you probably wouldn't get there to 45 minutes to an hour. Other methods of verification are private patrol, are cameras in the house. There's really no limit to the imagination on how verification. We even train our radio telephone operators that on audible signals, they can do verification.
Well, okay, but how can I say this? If they make a call and get no answer, does that mean you do dispatch or you don't dispatch?
No, we don't, because that's the current policy, and but they're still dispatching on 92% of them are false.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying under a new policy.
Under the new policy.
Under a new policy, let's take this, my alarm went off at 1:30 in the morning. Now, supposing that somebody had actually hurt me, which I hope doesn't happen again, once was enough, thank you. So that I couldn't answer the phone. General Services calls, I answer the phone, we have a talk, I explain that I'm not going out there. But suppose they call and I don't answer the phone because I can't answer the phone. Then are they supposed to dispatch or not dispatch?
We will dispatch on, we have not changed the dispatch policy on any alarm that is governed by the city, by the police department.
Well, okay, let's get out of the city. I mean, let's take, your average private citizen. I mean, there are alarms all over my neighborhood, suppose, and there are people who live alone all over my neighborhood.
Under the new policy, if it is merely an alarm that goes off back to the central dispatching station of the alarm company, and there's no verification, we would not dispatch.
So the alarm company would then be responsible for calling, and if they didn't get an answer, that's between the customer and the alarm company about what they're supposed to do.
Well, we're hopeful that this new policy will kind of pry on the alarm companies to come up with more original ideas, such as private patrol or cameras, to verify it other than the telephone call, which has been a proven failure.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems to me it's a proven failure if the person is unable to answer the phone because something happened. So that's what I'm worried about.
But we won't, under the current policy, we wouldn't be able to
No,
get there.
I'm not arguing with you about let's keep the current policy. I'm just trying, really, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand, because I agree with you, it's got these flaws in it. I'm trying to understand under the new policy what it's reasonable for the people who pay to have an alarm to expect. And just because at least you need to know, we need to know. We ordinary folks have to.
We would not respond if it is only an intrusion alarm that has gone to the central clearinghouse, and very few of us have any anecdotal evidence that there was ever a real crime or someone put in danger by our not responding to that kind of a call.
Ms. Blanchard, may I ask you to press the button again? Ms. Hahn for the second time.
Thank you. And I think what Councilwoman Blanchard just talked about is certainly was part of my concerns and having some trouble with adopting this policy and enacting it. And I think that's what I was responding to from my constituents. And they weren't all organized by the alarm lobbyists, and they were not all from wealthy parts of the neighborhood. I mean, a lot of my women from South Central came and said they're scared, they feel vulnerable, they have the same concerns. What if they truly were in trouble and it could not be verified? And I think that was part of why I felt like we needed to hear the concerns, the troubles, the possible solutions and suggestions before we enacted this blanket non-response policy. That's really what I was acting on. And I think it's tough for the public to realize that, council members might have a different system that we're under, that you will respond to, verified or unverified, and in fact, they're not going to have that same comfort level. And again, that's part of the problem I think we all had. I'm happy that we are going to have this 60 days. I'm happy that we are going to have this input. I'm happy that this process will take place. But before I can agree to getting rid of the veto vote this morning, I really want to hear again that this task force, maybe that would be a friendly amendment, that this task force will be appointed in 10 days. And, I'm happy to have, the Public Safety Committee put this task force together. I would like to see this task force report back to another joint committee between Education and Neighborhoods and Public Safety before the 60 days is up. And then I still need some assurances that those recommendations will actually be on a police commission agenda before this policy is enacted. And indeed, there is some sense that it is an honest process, that in fact, if there were some recommendations, if there were some concerns that we just felt still needed a little exploration, a couple of those worst case scenarios, I think we ought to, err and figure out how we'll respond to them. Will those recommendations be heard by the police commission before this policy is enacted? If you can give me assurances of those three things, I will vote with you to eliminate the veto vote today and just move forward on the 60 days. Can you give me that assurance, Joe Gunn?
Councilmember, the Police Commission will not implement this policy until your task force has made recommendations and the Commission has the opportunity to hear those recommendations.
Mr. Holden, followed by Ms. Mitsotakis for a second time.
Mr. President, members, my question is that the people of this city come to believe that they're safer when you see more bars on the window. They say, well, I'm safer. It's good. I can sleep at night. And or if I have an alarm system in my home, I'm safer because I know if it goes off inadvertently otherwise, the police department is going to come. That's how I understand it. Practice and procedure. So we didn't come to accept that. And now you're saying publicly to the press, yes, you accepted it as a standard of safety, a safer environment that you're living in. But we're not going to do that anymore. Yes, you say there are a lot of false alarms. We don't get there for an hour or 2 hours where the burglar is coming down. And you're saying to the public that notwithstanding the fact that you have the alarm system in place, if we show up at all, it's going to be an hour or 2 hours, which means they're meaningless. I don't think we have to send a message, but not a blatantly the wrong message. We're law enforcement officers. We have to make sure the public feels reasonably safe at all times. You can't say to them, no, we're not going to make you feel as if you're reasonably safe. So therefore, you're not all wrong because you're a deployment problem. But you were here in other administrations. You adopted the consent decree. You were supporting it. You came with the compressed work schedule. You were here. You did that. You know what the problems are. You've been a commander within the police department. And I work well with you. And I trust you were a good cop. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it that far. The fact of the matter is that you can't say yes and no to this issue. Because yes and no is not right when you two extremes. Too many false alarms, yes. The alarm systems guys are not corrected themselves, and they came to my office and said, what about self-policing? What about improving your system? So maybe 60 days is not enough. But whatever time is required in order to modify this proposal, to get it so you're reasonably satisfied, and so are they, and the public feel still that they're reasonably safe. That's the way to go. If I were going to vote today, I would vote to veto, to override, veto right now. Because I want the public to believe that the standard they've come to accept in the past, we will adhere to that. That when the alarm system's in place, when the bars are on the window, we will show. But you don't have deployment control anymore. God, you know that. And that's what this whole issue is about. How can I deploy my police officers in order to control crime, stop the murder, stop the killing, stop the violent crime? And once we adopt this policy, and people believe that this is going to do it, and it's not doing it, you say, well, there's something else I have to do to fix the problem. This is not a fix to deployment. You know that. You're a good police officer. Now, let's sit down at the table, come up with a fix for this problem, and a fix for the deployment problem. You have some idea what that might even be. You cannot tie the hands of the police department, expect them to protect you on a 24-hour basis. You got to maximize your deployment program.
Mr. Holden.
Well, the other lady went over for 2.5 minutes, and I just went over 30 seconds, and I'm going to sit down in about 10 more seconds, because I hear what you said. You called my name. I like that. So, Mr. Gunn, not to belabor what the deployment problems are, even what the fix ought to be, you're aware of what it is. It was like bending with the wind. You were in the previous administration, you did what they wanted. Now with this administration, it's almost like the opposite position. You know what that is. And I'd be glad not to say it here publicly, but to talk to you about it in private. Maybe you can share that information with the chief. You can move on to improve your deployment.
Yes, Mr. Castro.
I just rise to respond to Ms. Hahn and agree that within 10 days this committee should be formed. It will be under the auspices of the CLA, but working very closely with the commission, with the department, with DUN, with the CPABs, with the neighborhood councils. We will set those protocols in place. And Ms. Galanter is absolutely right that the crux of what this task force is going to really do is deal with what is verification, what are the varieties of verification, what are the ideas that are out there. We had some presentations yesterday in committee that I thought were valid, and that was there's one company that has different kind of audio equipment that can talk and tell in terms of kinds of noises that they are perceiving that there's something real and serious going on in and around that vicinity. There was another one who talked about sequential motion detectors, not just one motion detector, which can sometimes be an aberration or caused by something unknown, but if there are sequential motion detectors in a same premise in a similar vicinity, then that says that something is happening within that premise that is justifiable perhaps for deploying. That is the kind of roll up your sleeves, let's get serious, let's determine verification and all of its ramifications, but put this into effect after we have understanding and, again, reinforcing that this is attempting to create a real, specific, and rapid response by the police department to a real problem. That's what alarms are supposed to be. That's not what they have been in the past. We want to elevate it with the industry, with the input of everyone, so that the police can respond within 10 minutes to real problems that we are all aware of by way of coming up with state-of-the-art, inclusionary neighborhood watch and any other systems that are out there, verification to real problems, as well as then freeing up the department. Mr. Holden is right. Deployment is an issue that I'm sure this chief is going to present to us in terms of the issues that are going on out there with our gang implementation teams and everything else. But I think we are at a win-win point, and I ask for an aye vote on the motion.
Chair recognizes Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues, and Chief. Mr. Gunn, I know that, Assistant Chief, I know this was yesterday a difficult task for many of us faced with the challenge, and I know that you're concerned, Chief, about delivering that service and assisting the officers and some, shall we say, people coming together to make this happen, to delay, to implement this working group, and conversations I've had with representatives of the Police Commission and also with the industry. The industry, I believe, realizes that this is the final chapter for them to stall, to delay, not to cooperate. So I just want to acknowledge what you're trying to do on behalf of the people and the officers, and Joe Gunn, the Executive Director of the Police Commission, the effort that you put into bringing this together, and this, which I believe is a short delay with a certain date to make something happen, will happen, and the volleyball won't continue to bounce back and forth. And I'm just very happy and pleased that we've come to this conclusion, this resolution, where everyone, including the community, can say that people listened, people heard, and people are responding to it. So I know that whatever comes from this point will be beneficial not only to the department, but to the people. And the industry's got the message that the delay tactics won't continue, and it will come to a conclusion for the benefit of Los Angeles. So thank you both.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of points. Chief Brandon, of the 9,000 officers, how many are actually in their cars or out on patrol or on bikes or on horses? What's the real number of individuals present in our communities?
The count staffing, there are about 4,400 officers actually assigned to the 18 divisions. And then you have to take into account Metro, which backs them up. You have to take into account the 200 officers into the Transit Police Division, the 70-some-odd officers at the airport. So coming at the figure that you're looking for is very difficult, because in addition to the officers assigned to the divisions, there's a significant number of other officers who provide support services, direct patrol support services.
It's a little bit more than half of the 9,000, it seems.
It'd be close to about two-thirds altogether.
Two-thirds. When we first met, I was asking about deployment and how we can assess that, given the issues we've been going through. And on top of that, having 6 divisions in one district, which further complicates coordination, but I think your staff is doing a great job in trying to deal with that. But one of the concerns I have in this discussion, I hope the respective committees who are looking at this policy when we begin studying this, is that we factor in those groups, those nonprofits, those organizations that are dealing directly with youth and who are targeted by the gangs because of the goodwill they're showing and taking away their respective, can I say this, membership. Saddle Boys and Girls Club in Lincoln Heights. We have great activities there, great support from the Dodgers and other folks. But the director has to be very careful because we have 3 gangs in the area, 2 that are very active, and we know that they're trying to recruit. And yet the city is investing in this, the organizations are trying to invest to create a haven for our young people. And when they have an alarm, we need to start looking at who is in need, who is calling for the service, and I hope that kind of thinking comes into play. But just as important to me is that we hold the industry accountable for the product they're producing and making sure that they are paying for what it is that we sustain them with. And on top of that, look at how we find ourselves as customers paying a fine for a product that's not really working. So those are key issues I hope comes out of this. And I hope through this dynamic we can come with a resolution.
Mr. Holden.
Once again, Mr. President, Mr. Gunn, but Joe Giuseppe, where are you? All right. In 1992, this matter was before us, and the council were about to move to not to require police officers to respond to burglary alarms. And they got a hot foot. They got a hot foot from the public. And they all backed off. All right? In 1997, they had the issue before them again 5 years later. And they got another hot foot. And they backed off. Now 5 years again, later, it's before us again. But let me just give you an example of what the problem could be and how the lawsuits will mount. If you go forward, the 60 days is fine. Come up with a compromise, I will support that. But God forbid that you have an alarm go off and you've had what is considered to be an acceptable standard, which is something the court will hold you to. Acceptable standard whereby the police officers are to respond to an alarm. Notwithstanding the fact it may be false, may be real. You're required, therefore, to do it. And failing to do so, and it turns out to be a tragic situation like Ms. Galante, if someone dies, if someone is robbed, or loses some property of their life, this city will be sued, and we will be in an indefensible position. The city attorney should come to the table and tell you that. Mr. Deaton, you hold my time, and the city attorney, come on over here. Anybody in the city attorney's office? Hold my time while they call the city attorney.
Mr. Holden, exactly what is your request?
You weren't paying attention?
There's the city attorney here.
My question is this. It's called standard practices and procedures, which is accepted by the court. The standard practice and procedure, just restate the question, it's already been established that we respond to alarms when they go off. And failing to do that, and should there be a violent act which occurred, we don't appeal. Someone lose their life, lose their property, then are we likely to be sued? Yes or no?
Good morning, Carlos Delagaro with the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Holden, there is a Government Code Section 845 which provides immunity from civil liability from failure to provide police service or sufficient police service, and courts have interpreted that in different ways, and one of them is that there is no civil liability for not responding to an alarm.
All right, you just made the point. The courts provide that, but the courts also provide that in a case where the standard has been established, am I right? Then therefore, you will be liable if you don't adhere to the standard that's been established and accepted by the public.
I don't know what the policy is, but as far as reliance, I don't believe the department has caused any reliance because we don't, the department doesn't sell the alarms or
I'm not going to argue anymore. You just face the judge. I'm telling you right now. The fact of the matter is that we have won cases with your advice, and we have lost cases with your advice. And I predict in the public setting, this is one which we will not win should the event occur in things. Hopefully, it never happens. Never come to that.
Chair recognizes Mr. Pacheco.
I would simply like to move the previous question.
We have one person remaining on the queue, that would be Mr. Burnson. Let's open the roll on the previous question. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, previous question is called. That ends discussion. It's more than 10 votes, Mr. Burnson. Okay, now we have Mr. Burnson followed by Ms. Hahn. Members, we just voted to end discussion. Do you want to rescind that and continue the discussion? I see heads nodding. Mr. Burnson, go ahead.
I just want to ask a question. If in 60 days, let's say that the council does receive and file a veto today, in 60 days, if there isn't a new policy adopted, will the police commission need to have another motion passed that would enforce the non-response thing, or can they proceed on the current one?
Councilman, the commission's policy is in effect. If you do not rescind it today, that is the policy. The agreement for the commission is that within 60 days, the task force was to come back, but at 60 days, the commission intends to implement.
So in other words, in 60 days, we haven't come to any solution. The commission will not have to do anything else, they'll just enforce the policy. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know about nothing else. We'll have to do education, we'll have to do training.
Members of the council, I hope you listen carefully. That is why we should not receive and file the veto today. We should take jurisdiction today. This is the last day to act. We should take jurisdiction today, and that will put everybody's feet to the fire to come up with a policy that'll work. Because, I'm sorry, Joe, you and I disagree on this one. I have great respect for you and the chief. I know the dilemma you're in. I know you're trying to do the best thing for the city. I respect that. But nonetheless, I'm elected. I have to represent the people who put me here. And I have to think of what their situation is. So I think that what we need to do today is to take jurisdiction rather than to receive and file it. Let's go in good faith to the task force and come up with a solution. That's just my thought, Joe, and you may disagree with me. I do not have faith that the commission is going to...
Councilman, I just want to add that you can veto the commission's policy, but you cannot take jurisdiction over it.
Well,
wait. As a clarification, Mr. Burnson, jurisdiction has been taken. That's why the matter is before us. The question before us is whether or not to overturn the commission act.
Very good. Then we should veto. Well, you can vote your conscience on that, Cindy. I'm going to vote mine. I think that we should veto the action today. If in 60 days they can't come up with something, I want something to happen here. I don't want us to go to a task force, say, well, we tried, we couldn't work it out, now we're going to go ahead and impose the policy that we've already asked for. You need to think about this, members of the council.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hahn.
Okay, now I'm I mean, you're right. I mean, I asked for, a verbal assurance from Joe Gunn that we are going to appoint this task force in 10 days. This task force will come back with hopefully some recommendations and possible solutions on how we can reduce false alarms while not leaving people feeling betrayed and that indeed in 60 days the commission would consider. But you're right, Hal. I mean, that's what I really wanted from this, was to veto the decision to adopt this policy, because I felt like unless we could start over and actually felt like the commission would honorably recognize this task force recommendation, then what were we achieving? So now I feel torn, because I do feel like we are elected by the people. I mean, the police commission is not accountable to the people. We are, and I feel like I'd like to know whether we can continue to hold it in our hands and hold them to the fire, and get them to really consider the recommendations of the task force. It still feels like you're saying, you're talking about this being the new policy. It still feels like you're saying this policy has happened, we will implement it. And I am still not convinced, and I don't think the people in the audience are convinced that there is any room at all to come to some middle ground between absolutely not responding anymore, even to those crimes that are happening but are not verified, which you know there will be some, to obviously having our officers spend 50% of their time chasing false alarms. Nobody wants that either.
Councilman, let me try to clarify the Commission's position once more. It is our policy, it has been adopted. The Commission has agreed to not implement this policy for 60 days. And that allows the Council's task force to form, to meet, and to come back and make recommendations to the Commission. Now, I can't foretell whether any of those recommendations will be accepted or not, because I don't know what those recommendations are going to be. There is a 60-day time limit when the Commission will not implement their policy.
Mr. Zion, followed by Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thought we were over the hump, but maybe we're not. I spoke to two commissioners personally, and I have great trust in the commissioners. They're people that have integrity. And the question that we asked was, hold this for 60 days. Originally it was 90, we came down to more realistic 60 days. And have this task force come up with some ideal solutions, and then decide what you're going to do. So I trust the commission is not going to betray the people, betray us. I have confidence in the commission they'll do the right thing, based upon the fact that they had their meeting this morning. They said, we're going to hold this for 60 days. We're going to convene this task force. We have to have some trust in some entities in government, and I wholeheartedly trust the commission and their representatives to carry forth the message. I mean, it's loud and clear what we want to do. We want to have the public input. We want to give them the opportunity before they come out with the policy implementation to review this and then do something. Now, I understand what Councilman Burton is saying, but I have trust in the commission doing what we have, in essence, requested that they do by them taking their meeting this morning. They didn't have to give us 60 days. They could have said, we're going to implement now. You go do what you need to do, City Council. They didn't do that. They said, we're going to give you 60 days. We're going to convene this task force. We'll participate, and then we'll come back with something. I understand what you're talking technicality, but I think there's the reality focus that has to come into play, that they're not going to implement a program until they get input from the people that we've been talking about. And Janice Hahn and Councilmember Gould brought this forward, and we asked, delay the implementation for this task force. That's what the commission's agreeing to doing. And now we're kind of like wavering. What are we going to do? I trust the commission will do what they need to do. And if we need to then bring it back again, which I don't think would be the case, because there'll be parties here that'll be privy and involved. So I trust that they'll do the right thing. We asked for 60 days. They're granting us 60 days. That's what we asked for. That's what this whole issue was about. Not to implement right now. So they fulfilled that. And now we're going to dissect it even further, which I think is showing lack of trust and confidence in the commission. So I would say that the agreement is there. They convened, they met, they discussed, they decided. That's what Janice, we spoke last night. That's what we asked for, a 60-day delay. As this task force convenes and does what they need to do. So I think it's appropriate to do it, to receive and file, and to move forward. And I'm sure that the commissioners, there are 5 commissioners, respectable people. I don't think they're going to betray us or the people of Los Angeles as they've gone forth today and made this decision, which they did not have to do to give us the 60 days. So I would say we should receive and file and trust that the commission do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Members, I now have on the queue Ms. Perry for the first time, followed by Ms. Gould, Mr. Bonds, and Mr. Weiss, each for a second time, and Mr. Reyes for a third time. Ms. Perry.
Call the previous question.
Okay. We were here a minute ago. We had a motion calling for the previous question. Madam Clerk,
Just get a point of order.
point of order before we take the vote on the previous question. Mr. Reyes.
If recommendations come back from the commission and we are not comfortable with it, we don't like that decision, can we bring back the decision to council?
I think the city attorney would advise that the only thing we can assert jurisdiction over would be a commission action. If something is agendized by the commission, we can assert jurisdiction over
Point
that.
of order, can we vote separately on the receive and file of the veto?
Okay, yes, but we're not at it yet. Okay. Previous question has been called. Mr. Reyes, does that answer your question? Okay. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the previous question. Members, roll is open on the previous question. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, either way, the motion wouldn't have passed. So, that motion fails. Discussion continues. Chair recognizes Ms. Gould.
The same place, I think, where Councilmember Reyes was going, which was, I agree with Dennis. Want to have the confidence in this is a work, again, this is why the charter works, because we can have this dialogue. But the question is, if, and Mr. Padilla was also going there, if the item is put on the agenda and there's no action taken, either to confirm your existing policy or to change the policy based on recommendations, then we don't have the option, which I don't think any of us would like to do, but to go through this process again, which is to have a 245. And so the question I want to ask the commission is, will you have an item and an action taken on that date, or will it just be on the agenda?
I believe that once your task force makes recommendations, prior to the 60 days, we will put it on an agenda, and the commission will then consider the recommendations.
Sorry, just a little technicality.
Let me try to help here.
Okay.
Mr. City Attorney, would that be sufficient for the council to then assert jurisdiction and possibly to act differently than the commission?
They're confirming.
Mr. City Attorney.
If I may have a moment to confer.
That's what we're talking about, Ms. Gould?
Oh, Mr. Deaton has joined us.
I'll wait for the city attorney, but the city attorney's advice is, from the beginnings of Prop 5 is that just the appearance on the agenda without an action is not sufficient to trigger 245. I'm sure the city attorney will agree with me.
So I guess
There has to be an action.
there has to be an action. So I'm asking you, Mr. Gunn, and again, the same spirit of cooperation and consensus and hopefully a resolution today, that the commission will in fact take some action either to confirm their existing policy, which we may or may not agree with, or action on the recommendations by the task force.
I do not think I can make that commitment to the commission. I think the commission's commitment is to give the council 60 days and their task force to make recommendations, but I can't make a commitment that they're going to follow the recommendations or put them on the agenda for an action.
Well, all I'm saying is also or confirm their existing position, which is the existing policy.
I believe the commission has taken the position that their existing position is the adoption of the policy.
Is there any, I don't know, Mr. McConnell, who, if there's any way to see if the commission, see if there'd be any willingness by the commission to agree to that.
de la comisión para estar de acuerdo en eso.
Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. LeBlanc.
Yeah, I just wanted to this is a great discussion on a lot of different fronts, but also about the area of private security and neighborhoods. And someone walked up to me and said, well, what if we franchise, like we franchise cable, private security and neighborhoods? What if we look at these issues? I just wanted to say something. If we did nothing, this has absolutely nothing to do with this argument, but if we did nothing to solve the sewer treatment plant 25 years ago, and there was a 92% failure rate of debris going into the ocean, we would have had a serious problem today in the Santa Monica Bay all over. And it's been all that time when Peggy Stevenson was here and others who talk about this challenge to work with the industry to solve problems, to give the police department the ability to patrol neighborhoods. That's what the key is. And I want to see the police department have that ability to patrol neighborhoods. I want to see the industry upgrade their facilities and do what they ever have to do. That's what business is. People do like to have alarms in their homes. People do like to have alarms in their businesses are needed. But right now, what's before us is our question. And we have to act now. Mr. Holden mentioned to me about years ago the things that happened and how people would respond and how they get uptight about this situation. I think we have to move ahead. I think the police commission and Joe Gunn has to say that they will consider this to assure council members that they do that and not they will or I may. And I know it's very important, and I wish a commissioner was here to say that, because I think a lot of members have that trust that Joe, what could we expect in 60 days with the task force? Could it be amended that the recommendations of the task force be placed on the agenda of the police commission for consideration? Now, I need a little help there, Ron Deaton, if you don't, you're around. I want to know how to get out of this. And Mr. Holden can tell me. Stand up, Mr. Holden. Will you tell me there what you think?
Joe, Mr. Zion said he trusts the commission, he worked with you, and he trusts you. In order to satisfy the members of this council without a confrontation today, get out of a really easy life, to say, stipulate before this council that you were caused to put on the agenda an action such that the council can choose to reconsider if they choose to do so, based on what this committee.
I can't do that, Councilman Holden.
Why not?
Because the commission's position, which I am here to give you, is that they have passed the policy, that is their position. They are willing to delay implementation for 60 days so that the council and their task force to have input.
Mr. Holden, you are Mr. LeBlanc's time.
Listen, commissioners are not police officers. And the suggestion that was given to the police commission came from the police department and are you. So therefore, you can go to them with another suggestion and say, here's what I said to the council. They believe in you, they believe in me, and here's what I want to suggest that you put on the agenda.
Well, sir, I would rather go to them and say, this is what you're recommending I say to them, but not what I said to you.
Okay. Mr. LeBlanc, did you have any final comments?
Right now, I just want, that the opportunity, if a new idea comes, that the commission, Joe, because I know you may or may not be, I don't know what your relationship with the commission long-term in 60, 90, whatever the days are. Whether they agree to, repeat what the commission said this morning to everybody so they can hear it clearly.
The commission agreed not to implement their policy for 60 days so that the council and their task force can meet and make recommendations.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mr. Weiss.
Call question.
Okay. Third time's a charm. Previous question has been moved. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Well, let's call the previous question first. The roll is open. All members have an opportunity to vote. Roll is open. Madam Clerk, please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, that passes. Only members on the queue are seeking to speak for a third time, so this does end discussion. Now, Madam Clerk, we have a couple of votes before us. Mr. Burnson requests that we bifurcate the action. I think we should take up the matter of the working group / task force first. Is there any objection to that? Let's vote on the matter of the working group and task force first, and then we'll get to the question of the veto. We'll get there, Mr. Burnson. Madam Clerk, is that sufficient, or do you need to read the specific matters before us?
Do we have to act on this today? How many more days do we have?
February 4th is our...
February 4th. Just asking the question of whether or not we can get a commitment from the commission between now and that period of time.
Well, we've ended discussion. There's no more motions to be offered. Madam Clerk, next matter, the motion before us now.
I believe the council would then be voting on recommendations 2 and 3 of both committee reports, which are concerning creating the task force and requesting the police commission to commit to review to the recommendations of the task forces.
Okay, is that clear? We're voting on...
Where are my friendly amendments of creating this task force in 10 days, having it come back to reports of public safety education?
I think those have been accepted as friendly amendments.
And to be included specifically in this action.
They're in.
Okay. Mr. Zine?
One more item that I remembered yesterday, we wanted to include the fire department.
That's part of the committee report. Okay. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. And the next piece of this?
Then council would have the matter of the veto before, and 10 votes are required.
We've had a motion to receive and file this element of it. So let's open the roll on receiving and filing. Roll is open. All members have an opportunity to vote. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, so that motion does not pass. Now we have either an up or down vote on this. Well, the motion as written was to assert jurisdiction or to overturn the commission action.
Vote no.
I just want to make sure, members, that we're all clear. A yes vote is to overturn the commission action. A no vote is to sustain the commission action. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Roll is open. All members have an opportunity to vote. Roll. The roll is still open. Members, a yes vote is to overturn the commission action. A no vote is to sustain the commission action. The roll is open. Madam Clerk, please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 7 noes.
Can I now move to receive and file? There's no action at this point. It takes 10 votes to overturn. So I move that receive and file this matter.
No on receive and file.
Okay, there's a motion to receive and file the matter.
No vote.
Once again, Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
No vote.
Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
6
Same results as we
ayes.
had a minute ago, members, and without closure on this, it carries over to the next council meeting until the time runs out on our ability to act on this item. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Next item, Mr. President.
Nevertheless, we can move forward with appointing the task force. I want to see that happen quickly.
Yes, Ms. Khan, that element was approved today. Next item, please, Ms. Clerk.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 14 is on the desk, and there are 2 amending motions that have been circulated. I don't know if one is to be withdrawn, but the makers will.
The final one that's marked B, I believe. Right.
Before taking up item 14, as we wait for order to be restored in council chambers, Madam Clerk, I have received requests to send matters 15, 16, 18, and 33 forthwith. Items 15, 16, 18, and 33 forthwith, please. And item number 6 as well. Ms. Perry, did you wish to be recognized?
Item 6, I need to
Just
have
sent that one as well. Okay, members, that brings us now to item 14.
Okay, public comment first? Or you want to?
Public comment has been held on this item. Is there a motion to reopen the public hearing?
Yes, I would move to reopen the hearings for some public comment on this.
Okay, is there any objection to reopening the public hearing? To reopen the public hearing. Seeing no objection, council now calls forward Frank Scheftel, followed by Robert Stern, Daniel Tokaji, and Rochelle McAdam, followed by others to be announced. We can have order in chambers, please. Members of the public, members of the council, item 14 is now before us. We have reopened the public hearing and we're calling forward those members of the public who have submitted to speak. Mr. Scheftel?
My name is Bob Stern. I don't see Mr. here, so may I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Bob Stern. I'm president of the Center for Governmental Studies here in Los Angeles. 13 years ago, I appeared before you along with Tony Alpern and helping draft the ethics law in 1990 when it was approved by the City Council and then by the voters. I've always believed any law that I drafted or any ethics law is never perfect. It always needs to be updated, modified, and so we're here today to make some suggestions on how to improve the ethics law that was adopted 13 years ago. It's been carefully considered by your Ethics Commission, a commission that 2 members were appointed by the City Council. And your Ethics Commission is known nationwide as one of the best ethics commissions throughout the country. It's considered one of the top commissions in the nation by its colleagues throughout the country. Some of the recommendations of the Ethics Commission were changed by your committee, but none of the changes that were made fatally damaged the proposal. However, I hope that you will reconsider some of the changes that you made to make this proposal even stronger. And one I'd like to focus on deals with the whole question of ballot measure committees. I think that when a city council member, or particularly the mayor, controls a ballot measure committee, that the contributions to that ballot measure committee should be included within this proposal. In my view, there's very little difference between a committee that is controlled by a city official that is involved with ballot measures and a committee that's involved with the person's own campaign. Contributions given to that committee are almost the same as contributions given to a committee controlled by the city official that supports candidates. Also, you should not be participating in matters affecting lobbyists who are working on your campaigns or raising money for you. This doesn't involve, I think, a lot of members. I don't think it involves a lot of lobbyists, so I hope that you'll support something like that. And finally, dealing with matters involving contractors who have contracts pending before you and making contributions at the same time. This proposal goes a long ways to resolve that problem. Many cities flatly prohibit contributions while a contract is pending and then while a contract is in effect. Your proposal does not go that far, but I think it goes a long ways. This proposal is a step forward in ensuring that your ethics law is kept up to date and is responsive to problems that have arisen since the original law went into effect over 10 years ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Dan Tokaji, I'm the chair of California Common Cause. California Common Cause is pleased to support the package of lobbying, disclosure, and recusal reforms that are before the Council. These are long overdue steps needed both to inform the public and to prevent both corruption and the appearance of corruption in the democratic process. The proposal that's before you is a modest but an absolutely vital step to restoring the public trust in the city's decision-making process. Unfortunately, that public trust has been shaken somewhat by disclosure of very large contributions and fundraising activities engaged in by lobbyists with business before the City Council. We also would support the amendments that I understand are being proposed, including the amendment that would lower the threshold for recusal from $15,000 to $10,000 for fundraising activities. But the most important thing here is that something be enacted in time for the 2005 fundraising season, which is beginning shortly. The worst outcome would be for nothing to be enacted in this regard. So we support the proposal. We also support the amendments that I understand are being proposed, which are absolutely critical to ensure not only the public's right to know about lobbyist fundraising activities, but also the public's right to be sure that the decision-making process of this city is above reproach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I ask the speakers to line up behind the podium while expedite matters. Our next speaker is Rochelle McAdams, followed by Terry Stone, Todd Flora, Kim Thompson, and Sean Cartwright.
I represent the MacArthur Neighborhood Council information, which is represented by Councilman Ed Reyes and Councilman Nate Holden. And I want to speak in favor of the amendment because I'm representing an area of the city that doesn't have money to pay its lobbyists. And I would like to see a fair, level field so that our elected officials are not going to be overly influenced by people, the lobbyists that have the money. Thank you.
Ms. Stone?
Hi, guys. I'd like to defer to Cliff Gaffney who has to leave because the proceedings have gone on a bit, so I'd like to give my time to Cliff. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Clifford Kasner from Americans for Democratic Action, Southern California chapter. And I want to remind you about a couple of years ago, while the energy deregulation debacle was happening, energy companies like Enron were meeting with our Vice President Dick Cheney to formulate our nation's energy policies. And we're seeing a lot of that kind of correlation between large amounts of campaign cash being spent and the kind of favors that elected officials are responding. And we at Americans for Democratic Action despair of any kind of progressive change coming out of Washington at this time, but we believe that what this council does in these chambers can actually have a reverberating effect in the nation in terms of moving this country back in the right direction. We're very hopeful. We encourage you, first of all, to pass these changes in this ethics package. We urge you ultimately to revisit it and make it stronger. Give the thing teeth. It needs them. Each one of you represents more constituents than a Wyoming congressman. There's so many people in your district, you have so many constituents with so few representatives that we don't want to see the amount of power that each of us voters in Los Angeles has distilled any more than it already is. So we are very concerned that you create an atmosphere in this chamber, in this city hall, where you are less distracted by the needs of the people who help bring you to this office than the needs of the people that you serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speakers will be Todd Flora, Kim Thompson, and Sean Cartwright. Anyone here who wants to step forward from those names? Kim?
Good morning. I'm Kim Thompson from Granada Hills. I support the Ethics Commission's proposal, and I wish it were a lot more strict. So thank you for the amendment if it happens. We live in an extremely high-tech world where almost every home has a computer and can access lobbyist records within moments. Let's just say, not that I think this, that the lobbyists aren't really influencing council people, but the perception is there. And I don't know who said this, but perception is reality. So the average person has no say, and they have no motivation to vote. So it's my belief that even though I'm a commissioner of the Environmental Affairs Department, that lobbyists have more access to the Environmental Affairs Department than I do. So please vote for the Ethics Commission's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Cartwright, Joan Leonard, and Ziliak.
Hello, my name is Sean Cartwright, and I was a city council candidate under the Valley Cityhood movement. And part of the reason we did that was because we know who really runs City Hall. And the lawyers are Latham and Watkins, Mark Armbruster, Steve Weston. These are the people who gave you guys the most money in 2001. We need to level this playing field. After that consultant, not only can he write petty letters, but he can give you guys $33,000. Ken Spiker and Associates, Rick Taylor and Associates, Arnie Bergdorf, Sorrell and Associates, City Commissioners Ted and Ellen Stein, good friends of Granada Hills area. Eli Brode. Oh, I'm sorry, your husband. Ed Roski. Playa Capital. CB Home. Jack Bayless. Tudor Saliba. Ron Tudor. Guess who's going to get a contract? Oh, and last but not least, I didn't want this to go without mentioning, the number one person who gave you the most money in 2001 would be Ron Deaton right there. He should be forced to adhere to the new Ethics Rules Commission. If the chief legislative analyst can, nobody can. I support you. I hope that you go ahead with this new amendment. Thanks for making the new amendment, and I hope that you vote your conscience and not your pocketbook.
Hi, I'm Joan Leonard, and I'm from Sherman Oaks, and I've been a political activist my entire life and worked on a lot of your campaigns. But one of the things that concerns me is that I have so much trouble registering young people to vote because they think City Hall is run by lobbyists. The part of the measure that I think is most important is the one that breaks the bridge between fundraising by lobbyists and the lobbyists. The problem is that when they raise funds, it's not from people like me or the ordinary Joe on the street, it's from other special interests. And it tightens that impenetrable circle that young people think is strangling City Hall. So I encourage you to do everything possible to make sure that lobbyists, which are a good thing, we need lobbying, but that they do it with their ideas and not their money. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Ziliak from Granada Hills also. I would just like to thank all the council people that I've seen working on this. I think that's really great. It shows that there's this initiative to get out there and work with the community. I think it's very respectful. I'd just like to say that I think it's a good package, but I would definitely like to see it stricter. I mean, I come from a neighborhood who has the highest lobbyists. I mean, I don't know how much was spent on BFI's campaign to go against the community, but there was an awful lot of money spent there, and the community couldn't come anywhere near matching that. So hopefully this will stop something like that from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speakers will be Jean Pollock-Recht, Joy Ming, Joanne Miller, and Michael Norman Cohen.
I'm Jean Pollock-Recht. Thank you and congratulations on the lobbying disclosure proposal. As a 40-year resident of the San Fernando Valley, I opposed this session. I opposed it because I wanted to keep our city whole. And I felt that working together, that we could improve the city. I think that this proposal is a step in the right direction for improving the city and will help to quiet the discontent of those people who wanted to secede from Los Angeles. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this time. It's my first time at a city council meeting, and I came because I thought this was really important. My name is Joy Ming. I'm just a regular voter from CD12. Hello, Mr. Bernstein. I would like to ask this council to support lobbying limits. I think it's a first step to restore the confidence in the city leadership and especially the political process. I know voters all over the city have been talking about lobbyists and such. I think that voters and
and especially voters in the Valley, are waiting to see if this city council has the will to really effectuate some change. You talk about it, you run around it, are you going to really do anything? And I think that's what we're waiting to see. I think President Padilla, I guess he's not here, but I thank him. As I understand, he brought this issue forward, so thank you for doing that for us. I know it's going to be tough because nobody wants to slap restrictions on yourself, but I think if you make this good faith effort, at least to do something, I think people will start to see, well, maybe, it's just not talk. I think it's a very timely issue as we approach the March elections. I think lobbying money and campaigning funds has been a real big issue. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joanne Miller, and I live in Granada Hills, CD12, where secession was overwhelmingly voted for. I support Bob Stern's statement. I'm asking you to support the Ethics Commission's recommendations to limit lobbyists' money, to force them to report and make public the amount they spend on campaigns, and that the electeds recuse themselves from voting if they take more money. Thank you.
The final speaker is Michael Norman Cohen.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of Reseda in City Council District 3. However, temporarily I was running for City Council in the reorganization of San Fernando Valley, which was District 9, and I was asked many times by constituents, why are you doing this? Why are you running for office? What do you plan on getting out of it? Personally, I wanted to see local control representation, but their question really was implying that, politicians make money. How are you going to make money out of this? They know I'm pretty much a hard-headed businessman, a former stockbroker. And they said, no, that's not what being a politician is about. It's about representing the people and trying to do the best you can. I'm asking you to go along with your Ethics Commission and have people that donate refuse themselves, rather the people making the decisions refuse themselves from these decisions. This will go a long way up to taking away the appearance of being unduly influenced. We can't have the rich and the large corporations being able to give money so that the politicians appear to be holding to it. Campaign finance reform in this whole general area is the one reform that leads to all others. We need to have the public's confidence in you, the City Council, and other elected officials. I support the amendment to the draft proposal by Wendy Gruhl, Jack Weiss, and Gil Garcetti. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now close the public hearing on this matter. Let me invite the Ethics Commission staff to come forward and present the item which is before us, and then I will recognize Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much to the Ethics Commission for their work and for the Rules and Elections Committee for their work as well. Thank you to the many folks who came down here to testify on this. Not just those who make it their work and their passion, but also it's great to see and it was great to read on some of the listservs that I read neighborhood councils and neighborhood associations discussing this, because often we pull people kicking and screaming into the ethics area because it seems so dense and so boring, but I think this is something that people get. They get it instinctively, they get it in their gut, and this is going to be an important step forward. I think people are familiar with what the Ethics Commission's proposals are and what's been forwarded from committee. You also have received an amendment that myself, Councilmember Gruhl, and Councilmember Weiss added, and I wanted to detail some of what the Ethics Commission proposal and what this amendment does. And really everything fits into two categories: transparency, transparent government, which gives people that faith that I think was alluded to that so many young people don't have, but also recusal to cut that link, or to begin to cut that link that does exist. And we all have to be honest that it does exist between that we vote on things that also affect the livelihood of people who have given us donations. Part of that is natural in politics. That can be when you're running for office, that somebody who cares a lot about making their block look nicer gives you a $50 check because they believe that you're going to be able to make their block look better. But there's also extremes, and I think this begins to go towards looking at those extremes. In terms of transparency, what this with the amending motions does is lobbyists will have to disclose contributions to and fundraising for candidates, candidate committees, and even nonprofits at the request of office holders. This is just bringing that light to bear. And what the amendment does is it lowers it from 5,000 to 1,000 for nonprofit contributions when we're raising money for great causes like the Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs and stuff. But this lets people know that that is happening. It lets people know that lobbyists have given money on the request, from the request of council members. Secondly, with transparency, it also says that bidders on city contracts have to disclose contributions and fundraising as well at $100. And I think that is critical as well to give people a step beyond just even lobbyists, but actually people who are bidding on contracts. In the recusal area, beyond transparency, we're going to, for the first time, require office holders to recuse themselves from decisions in which lobbyists were significant givers or fundraisers for the office holders. For contributions, it would be 1,000, but up to 7,000 when people come in and spend their own money, wealthy individuals. So there's a check to make sure that it can be up to 7,000 in limited circumstances, but it really is 1,000 in normal circumstances. For political fundraising, if a lobbyist raises $10,000 for a council member or $25,000 for a citywide office holder. And then for charitable contributions at $20,000. And recusal will also be required when bidders for city contracts contributed to raise political funds for office holders. And these are the same limits as lobbyists. And that's, I think, a critical piece of it as well. I think many of you have heard me. I know at the state level that some of us are working together on a California Clean Money campaign that will really get to the root of this entire thing, which is hopefully full public financing at the state level. I think that has to exist here at the local level. And as we improve things, just like abolishing the gross receipts tax is our holy grail in terms of financing of our city finances, I think this should be our holy grail in terms of finally cleaning up politics here, is to move towards something, and the people of Los Angeles have to pay for it, but if a conservative state like Arizona was able to add a levy to their own system, just because people, Republicans and Democrats alike, wanted to see clean money where people could actually be fully funded, it is giving you the best bang for your buck, because we're not going to be spending time raising money, we're going to be spending time governing, campaigning, and talking to our voters. But today, colleagues, I urge you to support not only the proposals before you, but these amendments which do strengthen, as we heard from so many people, these proposals to make sure that they get to the heart of, and begin to go into uncharted territory, as Los Angeles has often done, but uncharted territory that needs to be explored and expanded. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rule.
We are here, I think, today, an unprecedented action item that we have before us, and an opportunity, I think, to tell the public that we are going to have a transparent system here. Now, I also understand that it's not perfect, that we have learned even from the first years of the Ethics Commission. But as someone who just ran for office, and as the individuals who testified today, who just ran for office in the secession issue, there are undue influences, there are ways in which people get around the system, and what we're trying to do is close some of those loopholes today, so that people out there don't say to us when we go out, we know that lobbyists have more influence on you than we do as constituents. I continue to tell them, no, you as a constituent, you're a voter, you have more influence over me. But we want to make sure that the public understands that we can take these actions as Councilmember Garcetti outlined our motion that he and Jack Weiss and I introduced today, and that it takes effect both on charitable contributions, on campaign control committees, bond measures, as well as reducing the threshold from the 15,000 to 10,000 on the issue relative to political contributions and the raising of funds. And I think that it's been long overdue, something that we need to have adopted by this council. The ordinance, which you see, is very lengthy. We have highlighted today those items that we think can strengthen this policy, that can say that again to the public, that we are serious about reform and ethics in the city of Los Angeles, and to have a transparent system. And I want to thank again the Ethics Commission and staff who worked diligently to put this forward. I've appeared before their committee several times, for the commission and the committee, saying that we needed to have this type of reform, and I think the amendments that we have offered today will again help us strengthen this particular item before you. Thank you very much, and we'd ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Ms. Galanter.
Well, as usual, I have a somewhat different point of view with this. I think It's time we face the fact that once the Supreme Court ruled that a candidate's own contributions could not be limited, our whole approach here doesn't work. And I say that with the greatest respect for the Ethics Commission, generations of Ethics Commissioners that really try hard to do a job that I believe cannot be done in this particular format. I also think the new charter has only made it more difficult, and in fact, successive iterations of this law have made it more difficult. What I'm afraid is going to happen, in fact, I predict this with a high degree of confidence, is that office holders will now be required to keep very careful track of exactly how much money anybody who happens to be a lobbyist has helped them raise. I'm sure we all know who helped us and who didn't, but I at least have no idea how much this one raised versus that one raised. I'm sure they'd be eager to tell me if I asked them, but the fact is, I don't think that should be what's on my mind when somebody walks in to discuss an issue with me. I also think that it is a mistake to say that lobbyists are inherently evil part of the system. Lobbyists, if they're any good, can actually explain to their clients what the public process is all about and what they have to do in order to make their proposal, whatever it is, an acceptable one. Now, if I were a lobbyist looking at these amendments and at this law, what I would do is stop raising money for anybody, which will only force, as so many of these restrictions do, force the candidates to spend even more time focused on where they're going to get their money. Every time we make it harder to raise money or harder for somebody to give money, we do not have our constituents coming out by the thousands saying, here, let me write you a check. What happens is campaign costs don't go down. The postage and the printing still cost what they cost. For those of you who do television, that costs what it costs. So we spend more time, not less time, thinking about raising money. And I don't think that helps the public process at all. Now, with respect to the specifics in the amendment, I mentioned first the reducing the threshold. Well, you know, I know this is all going to pass. It's going to pass probably with one no vote. Because anything that says reform in it, we all want to show that we're for reform. So we adopt everything that says reform. Charter reform, ethics reform, you name it, police reform, we're for it. But I think it is bad to force office holders to pay more attention to how much money anybody who walks in the door did or did not raise for them. I don't understand why lobbyists have to disclose what I presume are their personal donations to religious, charitable, or nonprofit organizations. Nobody else has to disclose that, and because they gave money to a nonprofit or religious organization does not necessarily have anything to do with whatever they're lobbying about. If it's a client, that's one thing. If it's not a client, I don't see the point. And finally, refusal, behefted is not a verb.
Señor Weiss. Ms. Galante? You may be right about that. And if you are right, it wouldn't be the first time in the year and a half that I've been here that a grammatical error has found its way into the law of the city. But, you know, far better a grammatical error than a worse error. And it would be a mistake not to keep trying in the area of ethics reform. And that's why I am so delighted at not just the leadership of Eric Garcetti and Wendy Gould on this issue, but your true passion on this issue. I mean, this is something that Mr. Garcetti and Ms. Gould and I have been talking about for some time. And it's a conversation that we're going to keep talking about in this chamber for some time. What's before us today is the product of much discussion from the Commission to begin with, through a committee process, and what we're intending to do with our amendment is strengthen it. This amendment will not, in and of itself, create the perfect system. The proposal before us wouldn't have created the perfect system. The proposal from the Commission wouldn't create a perfect system. What we're trying to do, though, is highlight the important issues and address them. And then as time passes, we will find perhaps new ways, new modifications that can help us address them better. But what Ms. Gruhl and Mr. Garcetti want to do, and what I agree ought to be done, is we ought to add back into this law restrictions relating to charitable contributions. It's important, in light of all that has been said and done, for the council to take a stand. Same with contributions to ballot measures committees. It's important to take a stand, and it's also important to take a stand in the area of lowering the thresholds that Ms. Gruhl mentioned. So none of the three of us are standing before you today saying that this is the ultimate answer, and I don't think the Commission would tell you that either our amendment is the ultimate answer or indeed the initial proposal was the ultimate answer. But we're trying to address this, we're trying to bring more sunlight, not just in the area of disclosure, but we're trying to raise the profile of these issues in the public's mind and in the consciousness of all those who participate in the political process, and show that the city of Los Angeles recognizes these as new cutting-edge issues, and that we have the will to try to address them. That's the spirit behind the proposal, that's the spirit behind the amendment. I urge an aye vote on both.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. Pellin, how are you? This is crazy because it'll be essentially non-functional. I mean, how do you enforce it? How do you not indict yourself? Question to Ms. Pellin. Ms. Pellin, if someone violates the recusal law and vote, what would be the penalty? Put the mic on.
A violation of any part of our ethics or lobbying ordinance comes with specified fines, so it could potentially be $5,000 per violation. I would think it's important to note that there are specific notice requirements that are incorporated into the ordinance that's before you that would help elected officials know when a recusal requirement might be necessary.
What is the notice? What's the notice?
A lobbyist who reaches the threshold amount that would trigger recusal for an elected official would have to provide notice to that official.
And the elected official then is on notice.
That's correct.
Right. And the elected officials here in this council, if you don't push no, you're voting yes. If you engage in a conversation in the corner about another matter that's equally important, and this may not be consequential at all, you're voting yes, triggering a $5,000 fine. And there's no way out of it. There's no, you voted yes. If you don't push no, that means you have to sit at your desk and you have to make sure on every vote that you're there. Unlike the MTA, unlike the Coliseum Commission, where they call the roll, and you have to go and research whether or not someone contributed money to you at that particular time. I would say that everyone sitting here in this horseshoe have received money from a lobbyist. And there's some bad guys, but most people who are lobbying, legislative advocates, are good. They can get you to mend something that sounds good, it's a good approach. It's like Judge Unruh said. If you can't accept the contribution, eat that food and vote against it, you don't belong in this political life. And I'm not going to say just because each of these people, these so-called do-gooders who support your cause, they took money from lobbyists. And now they're holier than thou. In fact, we have some of the people who are members of the city council are inviting lobbyists to fundraisers to support their candidate. And yet they're holier than thou. What are you going to do about that? The fact of the matter is that you go through one sieve, you got to go through another, and you got to filter out this, got to filter out that. I think if these guys are dishonest, they're going to trip and fall, they're going to put them in jail anyway. But I don't think they are. I mean, I asked Mr. Labange, did you think he took money from office? I don't know. I'm running for office. I get a contribution. He doesn't even know who they are. Neither do I. How many lobbyists are registered with the city of Boston?
Approximately 180.
180. I don't even know 25 of them. I'm being very honest with you. I just don't know who they are. I know a few guys I've known over the years because of the relationship who are now lobbyists. But I don't know who they are. If they contribute money to me or my cause, so be it. But I can tell you one thing right now. I've never been influenced to vote a certain way because somebody's giving me a contribution. Never have and I never will. And when they come talking like that, they're out of here. What I did for you. They'll say that. The fact of the matter is that let these guys turn them in. They know who they are. And I'm saying to you, I'm going to go to the committee report. Just to protect these individuals who are not aware that they should protect themselves right now. When the hammer comes down, it'll be too late. They sit in their seats and they vote, they call a roll, change it to a roll call vote rather than an electronic vote. Then you got something. Or they're going to make a mistake. It's going to be punitive.
Mr. Holden, Chair recognizes Mr. Labange.
Mr. President, members of council, I appreciate all that is going on in this discussion to try to make some notification. I think it's very important notification. I feel, and I don't know everybody who's donated to me personally at all. I hope they're donating to me because they feel that I'm an effective representative for all the people of Los Angeles. But I do not like when we have a situation where people feel who may not be involved, but they read in their newspapers that we are not doing things right, that we are not doing things wrong. So this law and this ordinance that's proposed here may affect some change that will give more assurance to people whatever we do on issues that we're doing right. At some later date, I want to bring in a direction that I've asked for support on that would bring back a public information counter right out here on the 3rd floor of City Hall. Ms. Pelham, I want you to listen to this, please, because I think being up at the top of City Hall, being up at the top of City Hall, the public doesn't reach you. But before this building was restored, there was a Molly Wong who gave everybody information who came by. And I want a public information desk on the 3rd floor near the clerk's office, so someone could comment if they wanted to find information. Everything that has been donated to me is on the internet, correct? I just say it so the public hears that.
Yes, it's on the Ethics Commission's website.
Right, so they can find out who donates to who. So that's very important to have that public information. I wanted to run both times that I ran on matching funds, and I support matching funds greatly. I think it lowers down what people spend money on. But I had a situation where someone who I ran against chose to use their own funds. And they, how much, do you remember how much they used?
Someone said $700,000 for the primary and general combined.
So what would that affect this here? If someone ran against someone and used their own money, what is it?
Well, again, we do have a provision in our existing city charter that enables opponents of that candidate to raise contributions in excess of the normal limits to help them offset or combat that large use of personal funds. So this specific proposal doesn't address that, but there will be some other measures in the campaign finance package that you'll be dealing with in the coming weeks that does speak to that issue.
So I think it's just really important that information that we do, ethics doesn't mean that you do something wrong. Ethics means a code. You know, a player Sunday, when he played the game, made a violation. He wasn't doing something wrong, but he made an error. So he got a penalty. That happens. Okay, that happens on that situation. I just want the public to have as much information, and I want a computer with out there so people can look and see if they walk in here. So they would feel more confident. There's so many people come before us, and so many people come after us. And I think when you shed as much light on the situation, then they have the information, and information is knowledge and power. But I wanted to stand and support these recommendations that have been proposed, but also really try to get information out to people after this matter has gone forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I've been trying to follow the debate, and I would like some clarification from the makers of 14A and 14B. Ask which one you really are introducing, because they seem to be similar or a rewrite of the same with the one exception. So 14B seems to be more clear. So your 14A is withdrawn. Okay, thank you. That gets us now on the same page at least. Let me ask the Ethics Commission staff. Are these recommendations similar to, exactly the same, or how are they in the framework of what the Ethics Commission had originally proposed, which I think was different from the final version that came to us?
Yes, these actually they go back and capture some of the elements that were in the original Ethics Commission proposal by way of including ballot measure committee fundraising and contributions, for example. Some of the threshold amounts are still a bit higher than the Ethics Commission's original proposals, but as you noted, lower than the amount that the committee reported out.
Okay, and of these, I am in one. I was very supportive of the recommendation that came from the Committee Rules and Elections. I think it's long overdue to try to improve our system. The one issue that I do have some questions about are the office holder committees, and I guess the office holder, the control committee by office holders for ballot measures. We recently went through, as we all know, a very serious effort in this city on the issue of secession, and many members, many elected members, both in the council as well as our citywide office holders, created committees and received contributions. How would, for instance, let's assume that that this had been in effect and the office holder committees were still there. Would the mayor have been allowed to sign ordinances or act on actions that the council takes with the control committee that he very strongly supported and went out to raise funds to keep the city together?
That's a very good question. The proposal as the commission originally put forward and as the amendment before you today would address, if there is a registered lobbyist who gave the threshold amount of the contribution or fundraised the threshold amount for an elected official and then came and lobbied the official and asked them to take action on the matter, they would be required to recuse themselves from acting on that matter.
And would lobbying be that registered lobbyist wrote a letter to all elected officials saying, I ask you to support this, veto this, etc. A letter itself would be considered lobbying.
Yes, there's no exception for lobbying that comes through written correspondence. It's also if a lobbyist comes and testifies at a committee or tries to speak with the staff of the official.
And can you define for us the difference between a committee that would be out there doing such an effort of its own accord, where an elected official would call some of these same potential contributors and ask to raise money, but would not be the controlling office holder of that committee, but very strongly identified with it, very strong out there raising money? What is, or is there a line, and where or how is that line crossed?
Yes, there is a line. The definition of what a controlled committee is something that's established under state law. And there is language in the Political Reform Act that talks about what control is. And there are also regulations of the Fair Political Practices Commission that define where those lines are. So, in brief, it is where the official has significant influence over the expenditure activity or the activities of that committee. They basically call the shots. They have an ability to decide how to spend the money or to simply influence the decisions of that committee.
So to control rather than consult and or suggest. In other words, the elected official could be involved in raising the money, consult with the program for mailings, etc., but as long as there wasn't absolute control, then it's not a so-called controlled committee.
That's correct. And if this is not intended to prevent officials from engaging in those kinds of debates, it is simply to say that if an elected official does control and has the authority over those committees, that the kinds of large contributions that we see coming to an official when ballot measure committee contributions are not limited by law, that there is some consequence to that in certain limited situations if the contribution comes from a registered lobbyist who then is trying to influence the official.
And I think I'd just like to have the city attorney opine on that, and that is either the narrowness of the law that line or the application of that line, because I would not want, I think that there may be issues that have come up again, whether it's future bond monies, future activities where a lot of council members, elected officials may want to very actively get involved on support for parks, Prop K, et cetera, and very actively get involved with and cooperate with, coordinate with an outside entity, a committee to raise funds to do that bond proposition. And I am not certain that that line is absolutely clear about what becomes controlled and what does not become controlled in that kind of activity.
Anthony Alpern, Assistant City Attorney. Someone controls the committee basically when they call the shots on how the committee operates. It's someone who's actually making decisions or significantly influencing decisions of the committee. It doesn't include someone who endorses the proposition. It doesn't include someone who might be on the speaker's list of the committee.
What if that someone is the major fundraiser for the committee, but arguably doesn't control it?
It does not include people who merely raise funds on behalf of the committee. It's people who are making decisions about the committee. Now, if they're making decisions about what kind of fundraising to engage in, they might very well be controlled. So if you're talking about a major fundraiser for the committee, that may be someone who does control the committee. But the fact that you ask someone for a $500 contribution or $1,000 contribution to a ballot measure committee doesn't mean that you control the committee. If you decide what the fundraising campaign is going to be, and then go out and raise that money, then you probably do have control over that committee.
Mr. Castro, I ask you to press your button again. Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, I just wanted to ask two questions. I just wanted you to walk me through this so I understand what I'm being asked to vote on. When I first got elected to council, one of the groups that I held a fundraiser for was the El Surrey Youth Center. As you know, it's not a secret that when I ran my first race, not a single lobbyist or very few lobbyists or anyone wanted to see me get elected. I ran the community, basically a neighbor, a resident. So when I got elected against basically the special interest candidate, the first thing we did was have a fundraiser for the El Surrey Youth Center, and we gave invites to everyone on my opponent's donor list, which were a lot of lobbyists. And so we sent out invites for the El Surrey Youth Center. I'm the host of the committee. Is that what we're talking about here? And how does that work? I'm just walking through this for the El Surrey Youth Center.
Under the circumstance you just described, if you simply send out fundraisers to whomever and ask for people to support the center, and that's all that happens, if people gave and that's all that happened, nothing would be implicated. There would be no consequence as a result of the ordinance that's before you. The difference would be if the individuals, say an individual who gave to the El Sereno Youth Center, who is a registered lobbyist, then makes that donation to that charitable organization at your behest, at your request, and then comes to attempt to lobby you or who lobbies you, then there would be a consequence if, under the amendment, if the donation to that organization were $20,000 or more. So it's talking about a very significant level, but again, the nexus or the connection has to be that there was an attempt to influence you following or with the donation that's been made.
Right, and so my question is it simply the mail-out that triggers it? On top of the fact that they have an issue form, in terms of my activity, does it require anything more than signing a letter or putting my name on a mail-out? Or does it require personal attention, like a phone call?
It could be a solicitation. If you're asking, it could be a solicitation as well as a direct contact through a phone call.
Okay, so the law, the way it is right now, would be if it's hosted by me, that's considered a solicitation. If I send a letter with other people, that's considered a solicitation. If Okay. Does that include, for example, I'm asked to be on the honorary dinner committee for many organizations, ACLU, National Organization of Women, everyone across the board. So if I put my name on the honorary dinner committee and they are having their annual gala fundraiser, do I have to keep track of everyone who gave to that fundraiser? Because some of them are multi-million-dollar events, and my name would be on that solicitation. So,
You would not have to keep track of that. It could be considered as a solicitation, but again, if there is a lobbyist, a registered lobbyist, who then gives a contribution and comes to lobby you, they have the requirement to track that, so that they know that if their charitable donation at your request reached $20,000 and they came to lobby you, they would then have to notify you that you have a recusal requirement.
all right, so if I'm on the AIDS Project LA Honorary Dinner Committee, and I don't know, let's pick on any of the lobby firms, Rose and Kindle, and they wrote a $50,000 check to AIDS Project LA at their annual gala dinner. Then they would have to, I would have to recuse myself, they came before me on all their issues or all the stuff.
Yes, if they gave that donation at your request and then they came and lobbied you, yes, the $50,000 charitable contribution at your request would mean that you would have to recuse yourself.
And if you, wait, that's what I'm trying to find. So that's my question. If my name is on the honorary dinner committee, which is part of the mailing, which is a solicitation, am I going to have some uptight lawyer come to me and say, you just now made a solicitation, just by being on the honorary dinner committee? And if that's true, then you're basically told me now that I can't be on the AIDS Project LA, ACLU, or, I mean, there's like a whole bunch of people, the Boy Scouts, not just my Australia Youth Center. I mean, if that's considered a solicitation, because my name is on there, and you know, and we all know that they want our names on there to increase their fundraising capacity, whether it's my name, the mayor's name, the governor's name, the attorney general's name. So,
if I might,
colleagues, you know what? Playing this out, I'm having a real difficult time with this. I think we have to be a little bit more clear. It's too vague for me right now as to what would constitute solicitation if my name on the honorary dinner committee for AIDS Project LA, which gets $50,000 contributions, gets $100,000 contributions, is going to trigger this ordinance. We need to tighten this up. I'm not opposed to this. I'm just playing out to define what we mean by solicitation.
if I might respond, Councilman, we do have a definition in the ordinance when we're talking about what is at the behest. And that means it's under your control, at your direction, in cooperation with you, in consultation with you, in concert with you, or at your request. Those kinds of things indicate that it's been done at the behest. And again, if the contribution were made as a result by a registered lobbyist who makes a contribution then of $20,000 to that entity, then that's where recusal may be required.
Then I would simply ask at this time, okay, because I know what happens when you leave it this way. There will be some lawyer in the Ethics Commission who will interpret that my name on honorary dinner committee, okay, because we do get asked. It's not like they just go to the phone book and put every elected official's name on the honorary dinner committee. They do ask us. They ask us, I agree to it, so now I'm in coordination with the AIDS Project LA because I've agreed to let them use my name. They're going to send it out, which means I know that up front that they're going to send it out to get money. So now some lawyers are already connecting these dots saying you are, at your behest, have asked people to give money because they asked your permission to put your name on that honorary dinner committee.
What if you write on it, hope you can come, Nick, and then 5 different, 10 different people come at $1,000 a pop because they got a note from you?
I'm sorry. I mean, I have a difficult time right now because I can just see very, very good organizations getting a lot of good support out there and putting us all in an awkward position and not even know it.
Mr. Pacheco, let me ask you the question button again. Chair recognizes Mr. Reyes.
I believe the intention is admirable. But let's understand the impact we're having. Earlier I spoke in the other debate about the Boys and Girls Club. Well, it's a non-profit. It serves a neighborhood that's in dire need. We just brought in resources from USC to provide physical exercise equipment to deal with diabetes in Latino youth. We also have a major participant in City Hall as the president of that board. And that person brings forward resources that without their presence, without that board, without their ability to tap into the kinds of funds that allows the doors to stay open, to provide a gym, working on a swimming pool. This is an area where there are no parks, an area where there are no swimming pools, an area that's infested with gangs. And it's a club that came about because the Rams used to be there. The Rams are gone. The LA Times has done what it could, but we need more. Dodger Stadiums have stepped up, Dodgers have stepped up to a certain extent. But the resources that come from this individual and the way they've connected with former council members, a council member, this is going to hurt that club. This is going to hurt that facility. It's going to require for that person to step away from that board. That leadership is key in bringing a spotlight that can attract the kinds of funds that keeps those doors open. The city being a $75 million cutback, with block grants being cut down by the federal government. I understand what my colleagues are trying to do here, but let's come to grips of what is the real impact to the people who need it the most. And we talk about being creative. Well, we can't be creative when the pie keeps shrinking, and we need other places to go to find resources. So I'm having a hard time with this after I've been hearing this dialogue we just had with the previous speaker.
If I might respond briefly, one option the council might want to consider in response to these concerns is to remove from what's considered a behested charitable organization or contribution if an official's name merely appears on a letterhead for an organization asking for charitable contributions. That's one thing that might be worth thinking about if that's an issue with the council.
Mr. Reyes,
Señor Reyes,
on your time.
en su tiempo.
Chair recognizes Ms.
Quisiera
Gurul.
reconocerle, señor Gurul.
Couple questions, and again, this is a very good debate, colleagues, because it is something that is extensive and we haven't done before. And I think I would like some clarification as well, and maybe it is we change the ordinance to reflect that. I agree with Mr. Pacheco on the issue of an honorary committee. We as council members want to support nonprofits out there. There is a big difference between being on an honorary committee with 20 other people and a letter being sent by Councilmember Wendy Gurul to, again, the universe we're talking about, colleagues, is 180 people, registered lobbyists. We are not talking about anybody else. We're talking about registered lobbyists. So that's what you need to be, your focus needs to be, we're talking about registered lobbyists who contribute $20,000 during that period of time. Okay, so I want to make the clarification. I'd also like to ask, if your spouse, let's say, raises money, sends out a letter because they serve on a board of a nonprofit, does that have an influence necessarily on this as well? Again, and the last question, sorry, just ask all my questions and I may hold my time, which was the last item here, which was recusals on the ballot measures, and I know my friend Mr. Deaton is anxious to comment on this, but the ballot measures, we didn't, I think the intent was that we similarly have the behest of 5,000 and then a 20,000, that we have a threshold. There isn't a threshold here in this motion, that it was going to be consistent with the charitable, although I think the charitable we went down to $1,000. That was our recommendation here. So is that similarly your understanding? But again, I just want to make it very clear, and if you could confirm this, we're talking about registered lobbyists.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's not also, it is not raising money. Where is it different, where it's raising money versus contributing as an individual, that lobbyist contributing? And then hold my last minute, please.
As to the question about whether your spouse's fundraising gets involved with any of this, I suppose the question, and I don't mean to be too glib, is whether that spouse's fundraising is under your direction and control. That's probably best.
It's newlywed, it's still under her control.
Perhaps best left for the lawyers to find out.
Hypothetically, it wasn't related to me. Hypothetically. My spouse doesn't serve on any boards, so. Wait, she didn't finish the other question. Before you talk, Ron.
I was just going to comment that,
Okay.
I was just going to comment, John Ferraro stood by the fact that he couldn't control Margaret on anything, so.
And I'm sorry, could you ask the second question again?
Well, the second question was, again, to reconfirm, if you are, and maybe we need to specifically put this in the ordinance, which is relative to if you serve on an honorary committee versus sending a letter, and if we could make that clarification in the ordinance to take care of some of the concerns here, and then to define what again, that it is only registered lobbyists.
Yes, I think...
And giving versus raised, that was the last part.
Yes, again, if there is, if the council has a concern that letters that have gone out just en masse to a wide segment of the population includes registered lobbyists, and therefore there could be issues raised by that. Certainly, you could write in the ordinance an exception for the honorary committee and solicitations that go out simply with the person's name on the appeal for funds.
Not signing it, but on the actual,
It depends on how
masthead, let's say, of the...
Yes, it would depend on how the council wants to write it. I think, narrowly to be on a letterhead would be sufficient. And I'm sorry,
That's okay.
The third question.
Well, the second question was giving versus raised. Giving versus, to distinguish between on the charitable and the controlled committees. So people understand that it's lobbyist giving on that.
Well, yes.
Giving on the charitable, is that correct? As an individual, not raising.
That is, yes, that's contributions that they make, that's correct. Contributions that they make to the charitable or nonprofit organization at the request, under the control of, in cooperation with the officials. It is contributions they make to the organization.
Okay. And on the controlled committees, i.e. our bond measures?
That would be contributions either made to the committee or contributions they fundraise. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it was a while before, but I wanted to address a couple things that Councilmember Glanter brought up. There's no doubt that oftentimes well-intentioned ethics and reform law leads to worse campaign law. I think after Watergate, we saw that at the federal level, when really that's when PACs, the strength of PACs came forward, because at that point it became more and more difficult to raise money, and only PACs, they were best at assembling money and bundling it. I think most political scientists today recognize, and it's usually taught in American government this way, that was well-intended, but what it did is it actually strengthened to a large degree the stranglehold by having those limitations in the particular way that they did, the ability of PACs to influence national government. The second thing, though, is there's no question also that it's becoming harder and harder to raise the money, and that is something that we need to address. This is not the time and place, because what's before us should not be hijacked by that question, but I agree, and I've had good discussions with the Ethics Commission. I think all of us would have a good discussion that $500 at a time makes us spend about half of our time when we're campaigning, about half of our time raising money. And I think that those who are interested in good government, until we have full public financing, should have an honest discussion about, is there a difference between 500 and 1,000? Is there something about inflation over time that we need to look at that isn't built into our laws? Do you really want your elected officials or your potential elected officials to be spending half of their time not talking to voters, but raising money? And those are, I think, questions that also need to be addressed. I did want to clarify two things. One, I know you said there's no requirement right now for that sort of disclosure for nonprofit giving. That actually does exist at the state law level at 5,000 already, so it does exist in law. But I think it was because it wasn't made specific at the request of, and I wanted to put that in as an amendment on this second bullet point for the paragraph, that it say, or other nonprofit organizations, and add this language at the behest of, aforementioned elected official or office holder in this case, just so that's spelled out clear, so that they don't have to say whoever, they're giving money to in a given year. And lastly, I think I agree with the honorary committee stuff should be kept out. I mean, that's something that doesn't really require any work, and it would be a pity to take that stuff away. I think that should be made clear if we can today as well. And you're right, behest is not being used properly, but it is a verb. It means to vow. So it should probably pick a different verb to specify what we're talking about. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, I know I was honorary chairperson for the YMCA about 8 years ago, and And they did so poorly that the event had to be canceled. I didn't send out anything. And they sent me a bunch of invitations. But I was so busy doing my work here that I just sent out a few of them and left it up to them to try to raise the money in my name, whatever that was. The fact of the matter is that when your name is used very often as an honorary committee, they give you a bunch of invitations, they send them out to individuals. Well, I don't send them out to my neighbors, they can't afford $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. I really, for the most part, I'm going to say publicly, I don't send them out to anybody. But then it's not usually a success. Many of you do send those invitations out. And that's where you're going to be entrapped. Because when you send them out, even though your name is on an honorary committee, they give you a bunch of invitations. You sign a little note, I hope you can have this worthy cause. As I said, talked to someone earlier that says, I'm in the Boys and Girls Club. I'm not going to stop doing that, supporting that organization. Or the diabetes, every year they roast somebody. We go to the Beverly Hills Hotel, we have 1,500 people there, and you help raise money for diabetes. I mean, how can charity organizations, what are you supposed to do? Not do that? Tie my hand. You can't do anything good or bad, because if you do it, something's going to be bad. That's not true. And it's not right. I think that the perception that you're trying to generate and create is that everybody that contributes or donates, they want something or they're dishonest. And something is wrong with that. For an example, I see these very same people who are advocating a stringent requirement here. They raise money in their own committees. Now, Mr. Mayor had a committee going against secession. That was not good enough. They call every lobbyist in town, they raise money for their own secession, anti-secession program. Look how much money I have. Now, these do-gooders are saying, let's not let that happen again. Okay? And you have some people here, and I know, and I won't mention their names. What if a non-lobbyist gives a fundraiser and invite just lobbyists by arrangement? We don't know. What happens there? Is that violation of the spirit and intent of this ordinance? Would you say that?
If lobbyists...
If a non-lobbyist invite lobbyists to a fundraiser for elected official.
They can do that. The issue would be, does the amount of fundraising by any single registered lobbyist...
So they're not registered, they're getting around the law, the loophole.
No, if nobody at the event is a registered lobbyist, none of this matters. This has no effect on those individuals.
Would you consider that violating the spirit and intent of the law if only lobbyists have been invited?
If there are no registered lobbyists...
I know what you're saying. You know what I'm saying.
No, I don't think I do.
That's circumventing the spirit and intent of the law when they invite only lobbyists.
Only lobbyists.
Primarily, majority lobbyists to that kind of an event. Yes or no? Hold my time. These are questions.
No, because as I started saying, the issue is how much any single registered lobbyist gives to an elected official they want to then...
Well, I differ with you. You know why? If you're going to have a law, you should apply equally to all. And the elected officials here who are voting on this issue today, if any one of them give a fundraiser and invite lobbyists and others, but lobbyists knowingly they're inviting lobbyists to support a candidate for office, that's, in my view, a violation of the spirit and intent of the law which you're trying to adopt. If you're going to be fair, got to be fair all the way. Now, there are situations where that happens, right here among these councilpersons. That's a violation of the spirit and intent of the law. Now, you're not guilty of anything because you're not a lobbyist. But you're trying to get a vote on the council so you can lobby them to vote whether you look, remember what I did for you? I helped you get here. That's not right. I understand what you're trying to do to clean up government, and I want to help you do that, but there's so-called fairness doctrine, and we must adhere to that as well. What's fair for the goose, fair for everybody, in my view. But when you treat one differently from the way you treat another, you use the law just against a certain segment, that's not right either. Everybody's got to be treated equally, regardless of race, creed, color, national origin, or whether or not I have gray hair.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dean,
See, you still antsy to say something. You want to say something before I get into my questions and comments?
I would just recommend to the council on the ballot measure issue that it be sent back to committee. After I actually thought I knew more about control committees until Tony finished his discussion, and I'm not sure exactly the raising of the funds, but one of the issues is that this registered lobbyist under this is also a company that has an in-house lobbyist is considered a registered lobbyist, and so contributions from those firms that have their own lobbyist are considered from a lobbyist as though they're from raised by a lobbyist. I don't know. I think that there is reason that the secession issue clearly was a different kind of a ballot measure than we have faced in the city, at least in my history with the city. But other than that, ballot measures are very difficult to raise money for. There are not, whether it's a Prop Q for police stations, or fire stations, or animal control, or a ballot measure to change the bonding process in the city, they are not, for the most part, they're good government issues, and I don't think need to be under this thing, and that's why we didn't recommend that they be included in this ordinance. I think they provide a disincentive for everybody in the raising of funds for those kinds of measures, and I think that in general the city as a whole will suffer from it and not get any benefit whatsoever from its inclusion. And so maybe there's a way of providing for more disclosure, more information about the money being raised on ballot measures, but I don't see any value whatsoever in their inclusion, number one, and number two, I can see that a very difficult situation. I've been involved in several of them, and raising money is not an easy thing to do in the first place for these measures, because nobody has a stake in them. There is no, with all due respect, getting your attention to raise money.
Councilman, if I might.
Yeah, I'll offer a couple other things. Number one, I like that suggestion, but before we even move to send any of these elements to committee to continue anything, I have a request to the authors and the secretaries of the amending motion, if we can bifurcate the vote, bifurcate the items and vote separately on whether we act on the first element today, the fundraising activity by lobbying entities, separate from the nonprofit organization element, separate from the ballot measure elements. The fundraising by lobbying entities, I think it's reasonable that there's been a lot of work that's gone into by both the commission and the committee to bring the committee report that's before us today with the exact language that it has, the exact dollar figures that it has. So you're proposing here at the council level to change the threshold amounts. I think that should be discussed. But not even open to that. What I do have a significant problem with is, to echo what some of my colleagues have said, both the ballot measure elements and the most recent example, Councilmember Mexicano worked a lot along with Mr. Dean and others on Proposition Q for the reasons that Mr. Dean just articulated. Otherwise, there's no incentive for us to invest time and energy into trying to get a ballot measure passed that is nothing but good for the city. And if we choose to go with what's good for the city and invest the time, invest the energy, and in the end, only hurt ourselves in the process by having to possibly recuse ourselves later on, that just doesn't make sense to me. The other piece, because a lot has been said this morning about the fundraising for nonprofit entities. I mean, that's, I think, a philosophical issue that we have to entertain. Do we want to tie our hands and tie the hands of the nonprofit organizations and efforts that we're trying to help in this city by these ethics laws? There's a secondary element to this. It's not just whether or not we should be able to raise money for nonprofits or not. And what should govern those? There's also an equity issue, because district by district, we have different capacities by communities. Forget the elected officials for a second. Community by community have different capacities different experience, different resources available to them to be able to raise money for their Boys and Girls Club, for their soccer programs, for anything else that you call it. In my community, it's taken a long time to get to where we are, and we're still catching up in being able to have a community with infrastructure to help itself, help its nonprofit organizations, help its community-based organizations, help those charitable efforts, organizations, and causes. So I hope these concerns are being taken seriously, and we can't just, in the matter of 20 minutes, because we want to get this thing done today, start changing the language and changing what we're trying to do with a comprehensive ethics package. I do hope that we can entertain this amending motion that you've introduced, but entertain each of the three elements separately, because I do think items number 2 and number 3 in your amending motion require further thought and further deliberation before this council acts. And I hope we don't act in haste, because we'll regret it after today. So I would hope that first move that we sent, if you're amenable to bifurcating the matters, that we send items 2 and 3 back to committee. I commit to agendizing it as soon as possible so we can have a further dialogue. I'm not going to sit on it forever, but I do think that it warrants further discussion. And if we're not amenable to sending it back to committee, at minimum, we should continue the matter here at the council level, and we can come back a week later or 2 weeks later, and after having had further discussion, further meetings on this, I think take action on them in a more informed and a more appropriate manner.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Reyes.
Yes, I know, I want to call the question, but one last question. I want to make it very clear. If this individual sits on this board, solicits funds to keep that organization doors open, he can raise more than 20,000 from his own money, or is it 20,000 comes from other entities? I just want some clarity there.
Yes. There is no,
Microphone, please.
thank you. There is no prohibition or on use of elected officials' personal funds to help any charity. That's simply not something that's addressed in any of these recommendations, as I understand it from today's council motion or from the Ethics Commission originally. An elected official could certainly donate personal funds to a charity. Again, they could solicit contributions without any consequence from people anywhere in the city. But if those individuals who give are registered lobbyists and then who lobby you, that's where this issue comes in. But if I might, I did want to provide a point of information, perhaps when your question is done, as to the issue of ballot measure committees and the city's experience on that front, because I think that's relevant for your decision-making about how you want to proceed on that issue.
Well, at this moment, I would appreciate, I'd like to support Councilor Padilla's suggestion, because I think there is a philosophical issue we're dealing with. That there's more complications than the ECI when we're dealing with these imbalances of what environments are working in when we're trying to sustain these nonprofits. And I do believe there are different realities in different parts of the city, so that's something I just would hope we can work with a little bit more to understand what the impacts are. But go ahead, maybe my time can answer that question.
Thank you, I appreciate that. In terms of the charitable contributions, I think that's obviously the discussion the council will have in one area. As it concerns the ballot measure committees that are controlled by elected officials, though, again, for point of information, for example, and this is in response to Mr. Deaton's question or issue, the committee LA United that was formed to oppose measures F and H, of the total $286,000 that we've seen reported by that committee so far, fully $244,000 of that came from registered lobbyists. One family, another committee to oppose F, Prop F, again, of the $14,500 that committee's reported, 10,000 came from registered lobbyists. The Public Safety Coalition, again, of the $32,000 reported, 25,000 came from registered lobbyists. I think those facts are helpful in considering the issues before you.
I just might point out, since there's a lull, that that's all documented.
Eso está documentado.
That is all disclosed. Anybody who wants to know where that money came from can find that money. The question is whether or not the individuals who control the committee would have to, because they raised money for the Public Safety Coalition for POP-Q, recuse themselves from a vote based on raising money for a police bond to provide 6 police stations, a new jail, and an emergency command and control system. That's the issue, not the issue of whether or not you can. Obviously, the information should be disclosed, but the basic issue is getting elected officials involved in raising monies for citywide issues of pressing city needs, and then having, if it is not raised in the proper fashion, recuse themselves in a future decision. It doesn't add. That's in my humble opinion, or at least as humble as it gets.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Pacheco.
I was just going to ask, first of all, where are we in terms of the different votes?
There's the amending motion, well, there's a motion by Mr. Padilla to send recommendations 2 and 3 of amending motion 14B back to committee. And then there would be the amending motion. I'm sorry, and then there would be the amending motion itself.
I just wanted to vote on the committee report. So do I make a motion to vote on the committee report at this point?
Yes.
I would like that to make that motion.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Galante.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you to sort of walk through how this would apply in a couple of situations. I'll try to do this as clearly and concisely as I can, but I don't think it's going to be easy, so I'll have to ask your patience. Let's take first a situation where an existing office holder decides to hold a fundraiser in support of a candidate for office. And among the people who contribute at this fundraiser, who are invited by the sitting office holder and who contribute, are some registered lobbyists. And the candidate ultimately gets elected. Who's got to recuse from decisions affecting that are represented by those lobbyists who contributed? The candidate, the host, or both?
The elected,
my time because I got some more of these.
I will try and be succinct as well. The elected official who held the fundraiser and asked individuals, lobbyists, to contribute to another official would not have a recusal requirement. If the fundraising, the contributions that resulted from those lobbyist contributions to that official who becomes elected reach the threshold amount that's what the threshold amount is, then if that registered lobbyist went to lobby the newly elected official, a recusal requirement would apply.
Okay. Thank you. That makes perfect sense as a description of the law. It does not make sense in terms of the goals of what you're trying to accomplish here. Because especially if the person, the candidate does not get elected, you now have a relationship that's close enough between the elected office holder and the lobbyists who were invited that they came, and in the interests of transparency and trying to prevent special relationships for lobbyists, there's a problem there. I don't have a solution for it. I wish I did. If I did, I'd tell you, but I think that's a problem. Wait, let me give you another example. Let's go back to this. It wasn't only the mayor, there were a number of council members as well who set up committees for the purpose of fighting the secession ballot measure. Now, as you just read off, a lot of the money that came in was contributed by lobbyists. But if I understand this correctly, the mayor or the relevant council members would not have to recuse themselves unless, or would they have to recuse themselves from business that is represented by those lobbyists who contributed to the secession, the anti-secession?
Well, for example, if a registered lobbyist who's, Verizon makes a large contribution to an elected official's controlled ballot measure committee, and then that person comes and Verizon comes and lobbies that elected official, then the official would have two choices. They could give back the contribution that would cause the recusal, or they could not act on the matter, or they could simply say, I'm not going to talk to you because I've received a large contribution, and I think
But if they say they're not going to, I'm not going to talk to you. If they take that last course,
they can then
they can still
ask.
vote.
Yes.
Okay. And yeah. Well, Jackie Goldberg used to have one on her door that said no gifts. And then, of course, all gifts were outlawed anyway. So, but Jackie was there first. And my third question, which is a similar one, is in the event that we all read the same lobbying reports that everybody else reads. So we all know who the clients are as well as the lobbyists. If I'm having trouble trying to phrase this one, but if the contributions to a campaign committee or a controlled, some other controlled campaign committee are made by the clients, not by the registered lobbyist, and then the registered lobbyist shows up in my office, let's say, the lobbyist didn't make the contribution. There's no real way to know whether the lobbyist told the client to make the contribution. So would I then have to recuse myself from talking to the lobbyist because one of his clients contributed more than $20,000 or whatever?
In that situation, if the lobbyist, the answer is it depends. If the lobbyist fundraised, solicited those contributions that reached the threshold amount of the client, or if the lobbyist bundled the contributions of the client, delivered them to you for your campaign, then the lobbyist would trigger a recusal. They would also have notified you that they reached that threshold.
Right, but the point I'm trying to get at is that I think that in focusing, that lobbyists are vehicles for, I mean, that's what they do. That's how they make money, is by being able to be a vehicle. And I'm just not as convinced as a lot as Common Cause is, for example, that the fact that we have lobbyists is the root of all evil. I think we'd never get anything done if we didn't have somebody to help speed the process along. And I think that when institutional memory is gone from every level of government, which will be very soon, it's about another 2 years in the state legislature, and it's about another 5 months out of here, that lobbyists will, unfortunately, thanks to term limits, among other things, will become more influential and more necessary, independent of the money. So I'm trying to figure out whether, just where the conflict is, where the problem is, whether it's with the client or the lobbyist and how much of each. And I don't think you can really exactly answer that, but it does seem to me part of the problem in trying to make law in this area.
In a very short response, I think the answer is that what we've attempted to do with these proposals is to address situations where lobbyists control, wield money in the process. Ms.
Yeah,
Gorsuch,
I'm sorry, just one last thing here. The other thing that I think I'm groping toward here that I see as a problem is that this is all built around the lobbyist raising money for the office holder or the candidate. But what people have been raising about the nonprofit world is that sometimes it works the other way. And it's really the relationship between the lobbyist. I think what we're really trying to prevent here is a special relationship for lobbyists, special access. And the assumption is that it's based on bringing in money, which may or may not be correct. It probably varies depending on the lobbyist and the office holder.
Ms. Glanter, your time is up. Let me recognize Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I mean, I'll tell you this. I've certainly heard the concerns raised by Mr. Deaton, Mr. Padilla, and others about the controlled committee portion of this amendment. If it would make, and I'm talking about this with the co-authors, if it would be amenable to them, I would be amenable to seeing that go to Mr. Padilla's committee to be returned to the council within 30 days. But I don't
pero no
understand
entiendo
the problem
el
that we
problema
continue
que
to
podemos
have
continuar
on the charitable
teniendo de
contributions
contribuciones
front.
de
Because,
beneficencia, porque
I mean, I'm not going to ask you for a show of hands like I did on 5 Jackson, but I'd be surprised if there's someone in this room who has received funds for a charity in his or her district from a single lobbyist, one of those 180 persons/entities on the list that total $20,000 in a year. That would be a lot of money. And I think, I'm just going to speculate, I think it hasn't happened. I think it hasn't happened. So, if you're going to criticize that proposal, I think, frankly, the best criticisms that I've heard have been from the direction of that threshold's too high. The proposed threshold is too high, it's too lenient, it's too generous. And it was the intent of, I'll speak for myself, but I think it was the intent of Mr. Garcetti and Ms. Gruhl as well, to nonetheless begin to address this issue, to not turn a blind eye to this issue anymore and address it. So I think you could attack it from the other side. I don't agree with the criticism that have been launched at the proposal as it stands. After all, if you include the provisions regarding solicitations for honorary committees in the definition of solicitations, which I don't think was implicated by the definition of solicitation under law anyway, but if you carve it out expressly in our definition section, and you realize that you're talking about $20,000 from 180 people/entities in the whole city, right, Ms. Combs? They have to be registered lobbyists with the city of Los Angeles. That's only 180 people/corporations. When you start to talk about it like that, it doesn't seem like all that much that we're trying to do here. So I would be comfortable, and Mr. Padilla, you've agreed to do it, to have a reconsideration of the control committee issue in your committee. You've committed to do it as soon as possible. I'd ask you for a time certain, 30 days, 45 days. I defer to you as the chair.
You asked me on the sidelines for 30 days. I committed to 30 days. That's fine.
We'll go with 30.
But just know that people better be bringing new and, for your sake, hopefully convincing arguments in committee, because we have had this conversation in committee already.
And that's fine. I appreciate that. I appreciate your commitment to look at it anew, and we'll certainly provide you with the arguments, and the committee will make its decision. The committee will hear new evidence or new testimony. Perhaps it'll be persuasive, perhaps not. Let's do that, but let's move forward with everything else. Because if anything, the more I look at it, the more it looks like a modest proposal. A good one, but a modest one.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Padilla.
Just one last comment, because I know I went over my time last time. If, and I hope things do come back to committee for further scrub down and for this further dialogue, if it would be helpful to have the Ethics Commission or the CLA or the two of them working together on this, provide us an easy-to-read matrix, because that helps us analyze the technical language. I can sense, both in the public comments and the sidebar conversations going on, that there's still some confusion, there's still some misunderstanding, even on my part, I'll confess, between what applies to a lobbyist individual versus a lobbyist company versus a lobbyist employer. And then there's the issues of whether it's charitable or campaign or ballot measure, what would trigger a disclosure requirement, which there's nothing wrong with, we can disclose things all day long, versus a recusal requirement where there is concerns not only about public perception, but about government. So a table where we can easily follow, what triggers what, et cetera, et cetera. There's probably a draft of one already there. But I still stand by the motion to support Mr. Pacheco's motion to adopt the committee report today. But as far as the amended motion that was introduced today, my preference is to have it go to committee. I made that motion. And if that's successful, to take the matter separately. Separate votes on the three elements within that amended motion.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gruhl.
I promise to be brief because some of my colleagues have said this already. And I would just at the end ask you to explain the Verizon example again, because I'm not sure everyone heard that, understood that, and that is something, because again, we're under the impression it's relative to 180 lobbyist individuals relative to that dollar figure, and relative to 20,000. We're talking about 180 lobbyists. The other thing which you stated, I'm not sure all my colleagues were listening, which was relative to the fact that you can also say to a lobbyist who may have contributed to a nonprofit or a controlled campaign committee, I'm not talking about this. I am not going to speak to you about this issue. You cannot lobby me on this issue, etc. But you have that right as an elected official to say, sorry, I'm not going to talk to you. That we need, that also is something that I think people should understand. So the 2 points I want to get again is 180 lobbyists giving $20,000 to one nonprofit. I have similar concerns that all my colleagues do, that we do not want to let down our particular nonprofits that we support that need our help, that we want to be helpful to. But again, we're talking about saying to the public that lobbyists do not have greater influence than our constituents or anyone else. Lobbyists are a fact of life. We understand that. I'd like to, and I don't know, Mr. Padilla, if this is agreeable to you, to come back, that the 30 days be coming back to council in 30 days. We try to do it that way, if that would be amenable amendment to come back on item 3. My recommendation would be for us to go forward on item 1 and 2, and the third on the controlled committees, to get some clarification, have that one come back. But on the charitable, we're specifically talking about individuals, 180 registered lobbyists, and whether or not this is the final question, though, which is on the employer-related item.
Yes, the ordinance as it's been drafted talks about the 180 being lobbyists, registered lobbying firms, and lobbying employers. So, for example, the Verizon registered a lobbying employer, meaning they have somebody who is in-house, a registered lobbyist who lobbies on their behalf. So if Verizon made a $10,000 contribution to, a controlled ballot measure committee and to a committee you control, if they made a donation to a charitable organization of $20,000 and then came in to lobby you, you would have a recusal requirement there based on the amended motion today.
Could we, in fact, say, relative to the charitable, because again, I think we're looking at thresholds here, that a lobbyist employer, for that matter of fact, for companies in Los Angeles, and I don't know if my colleagues would agree with this or not, those that seconded or were part of this motion that we co-sponsored, whether or not you would take that out per se, because again, some of those are good corporate citizens who are giving to communities that otherwise would not have that, et cetera, or working towards them, whether or not you could say under the charitable, we're talking about individual lobbyists or lobbyist firms, not employer, I'm sure that...
Lobbyist employer.
Lobbyist employer. And whether or not that would appease my colleague, Mr. Padilla, if we separated that item out and said that did not pertain to this particular item.
Certainly, the council could do that. The difference I think you would be making, the distinction you'd be making is that a lobbyist employer that a lobbyist employer does not receive payments from somebody to do lobbying. It's not the quote-unquote hired gun, as they say. But certainly you could argue that there are a number of lobbying firms and lobbyists who are also good corporate citizens and want to be supported as well. So we haven't made the distinction in the past between lobbyist employers and lobbying firms. But there is a distinction in the law, and that is that a lobbyist employer is somebody who pays one person to lobby on their behalf. That's distinct from a lobbying firm or a lobbyist who actually receives compensation to come and regularly and routinely represent clients before you in other parts of the city.
So those lobbyist employers, a company that actually has someone on staff full-time that is their registered lobbyist. And all I'm saying is, to make that distinction, we take that particular item out of the charitable and only have it be reflective or take into consideration lobbyist firms and lobbyists as individuals in the charitable to deal with the items that I think my colleagues have concerns with. And I think this discussion today has been very helpful and useful and for something that we can move forward. So I would move item 1 and 2 with that amendment, I think would be to amend Jack's motion that he had. And then the third one would go back to committee within the 30 days back to council.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Garcetti.
I would just echo that. I think those raise some of the concerns, address some of the concerns that were brought up. I understand that item 3 probably can use a little bit more discussion if I sense the council right, but I think that addresses in item 2 what people's worries are, still sees that through, and an important part in item 2 also is that disclosure at the $1,000 level, just full disclosure, which I think 100% of this council wants to rally behind. I know that everybody has said that, and the first item too, I haven't heard any discussion against, so I would second that motion and urge that we do that and hear the third part within that time limit. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Holden, final speaker.
I move the previous question. Sorry, madam.
All right, the matter is now before us. Madam Clerk, what, in the order of the motions, I think the motion to send, Councilman Padilla's motion to send the entire amendment back would be the first. Yes, that would be the first to send the entire amendment back. But Councilmember Padilla made a motion to send the entire matter back to committee, the entire motion. And I think that supersedes. That would be
only, not the committee report, just the amending motion.
just the amending motion. Okay, so we will vote first on sending the entire amending motion to committee. What? Okay. Is there a point of order, Mr. Weiss? Sending the entire matter back.
Okay,
So that
so
would be,
the point of order is, and the city attorney knows, and the clerk knows, we just want to know what is the rule in terms of order of motions and preference when they get voted on.
generally, it's the latest would be first. However, in this instance, a motion was made to refer the entire amending motion back to committee. So if you don't want to send the entire, then you would be voting no on that.
No, I understand that, but why would that be voted on first?
Because that supersedes the time element, or the order of the motions.
Why?
Because you're sending the entire. I think it has been the policy of the council for a motion to send something back to be voted on first. So if that.
This is my preference, it's not
Mr. Deaton?
The logic of that in the council rules is that if you're going, you would not amend a motion just to send it back to committee. So if the will of the committee, of the council is to send it back to committee, then you send it back, the entire matter, the entire amending or the entire matter back to council before you begin to amend something that you're not going to ultimately do, take any action. That's the logic.
All right, I think the matter is before us, which is the first motion of sending. Yes, Mr. Holden?
I think that making the motion to send this back to committee, my point is for clarification, is that you should go up or down on the amendments, and if it fails, then you refer it to committee. I think that if they fail to acquire 8 votes up or down on the amendment.
I mean, this matter was in committee for a year.
No, I'm talking about the amendment.
We have closed the session.
This is an amending motion.
Okay, but the amending motion at this point, as the clerk has ruled and consistent with council policy, is to vote on the first motion to send the entire amendment back to committee. A yes vote sends it back to committee, a no vote allows us to proceed on the other items. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 6 noes.
All right, that is not sent back to committee. Now we vote on the items, each of the items on the amendment. I'm sorry, and I think was there a consensus to?
I think the motion was to vote on 1 and 2 with clarification on 2 that had been asked for, and to send 3 back.
Let's, I think there's agreement, that item 3 be sent back, that there's agreement on item 3 being sent back. So that, there's no objection to that, item 3 will be sent back and reported back out in 30 days. That leaves item 1 and 2, and we can either vote on it separately or vote on it together. What is the will? Separately, let's vote on it separately. So the first item is reducing the threshold of what triggers recusal. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 3 noes.
That matter is approved. That amendment will be asked to be drafted by the city attorney. The next item is the requiring lobbyists to disclose disclosure of $1,000 or more and a recusal at an aggregate amount of $20,000. With the additional exception of taking out the lobbyist employer, the nonprofit charitable, with the exception of the lobbyist employer.
And with the friendly amendment that Ms. Gruhl made regarding the definition.
That's what I just said, lobbyist.
No, there are two. There's one is in the solicitation section involving honorary committees, and the other was taking out lobbyist employers. Am I correct, Ms. Pelham and Ms. Krinsky?
Yes, I believe that there was also a friendly amendment that would confirm what probably is already implicit in the provisions, that if one simply puts one's name on an honorary dinner committee, I don't think that's currently covered, but there's no reason why it can't be
It should be
clear.
explicitly, right, okay. So with those two amendments, friendly amendments, we have item 2, which is the disclosure and the recusal of $20,000 aggregate amount before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 7 noes.
That matter is not approved. We will send that along to committee for consideration. If the committee considers this for 30 days to see if there's any other actions on that. We now have the matter as amended partially before us.
The committee report as amended by what was adopted by the council.
The committee report as amended is an approval of the basic request to have the city attorney draft the ordinance. There's only a draft ordinance here. We have to have the ordinance brought back. Within 30 days, if the committee acts, that can be amended to further bring forward a second draft ordinance or make the two combined. So let's open the roll. Yes, Mr. Garcetti?
Madam President, if I could ask my colleagues on the second item, I believe there's no controversy about $1,000 disclosure. If we could add that as part of the amendment, as a friendly amendment. Because nobody ever raised any objection to that.
Chair.
Yes.
The commitment's been made, the point has been taken, I think, on anything impacting fundraising for nonprofits and charities in its entirety. That will be heard in committee. That will be back within 30 days.
All right, so the matter is... Yes, Mr. Holden?
For the city attorney. Is it okay for me to vote? I'm not going to even be here. And I won't be here. Is it okay?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, I'm going to be leaving here June
Your vote will be important, Mr. Holden.
So it'll be applying to just these people, right?
All right, open the roll on the committee report as amended. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That matter is approved. We'll send that forthwith to the mayor. Thank you. Next, yes, let me recognize Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you. Colleagues, I would like to reconsider item 37, which was our infamous burglar alarm item, just for the purposes of continuing it until February 4th, which is our last day to veto. What we're hoping is, of course, we get some positive response back from the Police Commission before that. But I'd like to continue it to the 4th.
This would not have it show up on the agenda for every day until the 4th. We will vote on the 4th. So is there any objection to reconsideration for the purpose of continuing the matter to February 4th? Seeing none, that matter is before us. We have the motion to continue it to February 4th. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That matter is approved. That matter will be back on February 4th. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item, Madam President, there are two specials before the council. Special one is a motion presented by Councilmember Padilla, seconded by Councilmember Garcetti, and the city attorney will explain the need to make the findings.
Thank you, Madam President. I will read into the record the findings for council to consider. I assume the council will consider the same findings for both the Rule 23 and Rule 54 motions. Recently, the state of California has shortened the deadline for localities to respond to the vehicle license fee backfill issue. The state now seeks to resolve the issue before the end of this month. Pursuant to the Government Code, council must first determine whether there's a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of council after the posting of today's agenda. If such a finding is made, council then has a Rule 54 motion before it. If such subsequent motion passes by the requisite vote, the council would then consider the substantive issue itself.
All right, we've heard the city attorney explain the findings for Special 1. Are there any objections to findings? If not, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, Special 1 is now before us. That matter is removed from committee. Mr. Padilla, did you want to speak on Special 1? All right, seeing nothing, the substantive matters before us to express the council position on the vehicle license fee. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That matter is approved and will be sent forthwith to the mayor. Special 2.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll read into the record the findings for the council to consider. The state's Film California First program is in jeopardy of being cut and completely defunded in the state's 2002-2003 and 2003-2004 budgets. The state recently set early February deadlines for hearings on the state budget cuts. Pursuant to the government code, council must first determine whether there's a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of council after the posting of today's agenda. If such a finding is made, council can then consider adoption of the resolution to support continued funding of the program.
All right, we've heard the city attorney's findings. Are there any objections to the findings? If not, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That matter is before us. We have the motion recommending the council's position on this to the state legislature. Mr. Padilla.
Just briefly, colleagues, we've discussed the issues before of runaway production, and we've recognized the strength of the entertainment industry, not only for the state of California, but especially here in Los Angeles and what it means for our economy and our tax base. So this motion is just a call for the governor to maintain funding for the Film California First program, which has had stupendous results in maintaining filming activity here locally, which is not just good for our city's tax base, but has just maintained the health of job creation and job growth in this economic engine for Los Angeles, for the region. And I'd ask for your aye vote, and I want to give a special thanks to Councilmember Gruhl for her support and collaboration, not only on the California Film Commission along with myself, but on the EIDC Executive Committee.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Gruhl.
I just simply want to echo my colleague, Councilmember Padilla's support of this particular item. This is the California Film First program has been very successful in a way in which we can keep filming in the state, and it also pays for itself. We have seen the amount of taxes that comes back to the state of California and revenue that comes to the cities. So Mr. Padilla and I had the pleasure of actually serving on the California Film Commission and have heard firsthand the many successes that are part of this. So I would also urge an aye vote.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think it's been well stated, and thank you, Mr. Padilla, for putting this forward. In the Economic Development and Employment Committee, we've also convened a task force, and we have a consultant that's been working 1 year to hold a conference here to look at what city role we can have in keeping production here, and to make sure that filming stays here in Los Angeles, and to look at everything from our tax structure and some of the BTAC proposals that were put before us, including strategic industries we want to see growth or retention in. I think the entertainment industry is one of those that we'll be looking at very closely, and we'll be looking at probably having some sort of a conference or a summit on this here to look again at that city level, which, although to some it's limited, I think can have an important voice in keeping California filming here while we work on these state level initiatives too. So thank you, Mr. Padilla, for that.
Thank you. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That matter is approved. Next item.
This is the time for comments from the public on items not on council's agenda.
Before we do that, let me recognize Councilmember Gruhl.
Sorry, I was asked by the Community Development Department if you could move item 7 forthwith to the mayor. I apologize for not getting that earlier.
Without objection, item 7 will go forthwith to the mayor. Now is the time for public comment. We have one card submitted from Mort Allen.
This is a record, waiting 4 hours for public comment. A group of commercial realtor friends of mine got together after the discussion on the police department building, and we came up with a plan. I think it's rather late in the day to give this to you, and maybe I should send it through, but we figured out most of the people feel that with our economy taking the crash, the three most important things that we have in the city is the police department, the fire department, and the city attorney, and everything else. And we did a survey, and any of you that want copies of this, we'll make them, but we figured out exactly how the city hall should be worked, where we have City Hall East becomes the police and fire, the Piper Center becomes the support services for the police department. City Hall South becomes the city attorney's building. And you can work it in because you've got the new constituent service center opening in the valley, which is going to bring a lot of people out there and thin things out. And there's so many different departments spread around the different buildings. And we really felt that police and fire is the most important thing, and it would fit so well in the one building there. And rather than looking to put it down on Spring Street and everything else, so we brought this forward, and we will give a copy of this to whoever wants it. Thank you.
Mort, that has gone to committee, and I think you should submit that to committee, and Mr. Deaton, who's working on that in the Municipal Facilities Committee. That closes the public comment period for this time. Are there announcements? Are we clearing the desk? Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
They are posted and referred.
There's an excuse on this. Councilmember Miskowski requests to be excused Friday, February 14th for personal business, and Friday, February 14th, city business, and those both meet council policy.
That's approved.
That clears the desk, Madam President.
All right, now is the time. Any announcements? Mr. Padilla.
For those people watching at home, just want to announce or remind people out in the Devonshire area, Devonshire Division of the Los Angeles Police Department is holding its area annual town hall meeting this evening starting at 6 o'clock at Shepherd of the Hills Church at 19700 Rinaldi Street in Northridge. We'll see you there.
Mr. Weiss.
Announcement, the Arts, Health, and Humanities Committee meeting will begin at approximately 2:15, 2:20 this afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Zine, did you have an announcement?
Yes, the Plum Committee will begin at 2:15 this afternoon. Plum at 2:15.
Mr. Padilla had another announcement?
So another announcement, sorry about that. I was looking for my colleague, Mr. Pacheco, simply to announce and remind people that tomorrow's council meeting will not be at its regular place and its regular time. It will be in the evening. Once again, the City Council is going outside of City Hall, and we will be in the 14th Council District tomorrow evening. I believe it's at Roosevelt High School, and I believe it's at 6 p.m. So for members of the community in that part of the city, we look forward to having you.
Thank you. Are there any adjourning motions? All right, would everyone please stand? Thank you. Chair recognizes first Councilmember Grewal.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am saddened to adjourn in memory today of Irene Pyro. Many of you know Jerry Pyro from the Sun Valley area, who has been quite the activist. And he had a great picture, was helping me identify my abandoned vehicles. And secondly, he's been out there on the Bradley landfill and really been fighting the good fight. His mom passed away on Sunday, January 19th at the age of 88. She grew up in Detroit, Michigan, and after World War II, she moved to Glendale and worked in a defense plant. She is described as being an outgoing social individual that will be sorely missed by her family and friends. She is survived by 2 sons, Jerry Pyro and Frank Pyro, 6 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. So I'm sure she instilled in her son, Jerry, who's been quite an activist, that feeling and belief of being part of the community. And so just want to adjourn in her memory today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'd like us to adjourn our meeting today in the memory of Elizabeth Betty Henderson, who was born September 23rd, 1938 in Los Angeles, the seventh of 9 children. She attended Manchester Elementary School, where my brother and I both went to elementary school, Bret Hart Junior High, and was a proud graduate of John C. Fremont High School, also where my father graduated, in the summer class of 1957. She worked for 37 years at the Federal Reserve Bank at the Los Angeles branch and continued her education at Los Angeles Trade Tech College. Her passion for volunteering started with the Red Cross. Betty was a part of the Easterettes, police volunteers, and the Community Police Advisory Board for the Southeast Community Police Station. She was a proud member of the first LAPD Civilian Police Academy and helped to start the 90th Street Plus Block Club 22 years ago. Although she was a resident of the 8th Council District, Betty was very involved in several neighborhood watch associations in my 15th Council District. We will miss that kind of a volunteer in this city.
Thank you. Mr. Holden.
Madam President, sad to announce, on behalf of Mr. Tom LaBonge, who had to leave early, we want to introduce this adjournment motion and remember Kimberly Wilson Stapleton. Passed away recently. She was killed in New York City 2 weeks ago when a car crashed into a shop. She was shopping. While she was shopping, just crashed through the window. Guy hit the accelerator. She's survived by her husband, Scott, son, Michael, and her father, Warren Wilson, who's a longtime reporter in the city of Los Angeles. She's also survived by 6 brothers and sisters. Tragic accident, and she will be missed by her family and friends and all.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. All members on that.
And I, of course, authored that with Mr. LaBonge.
All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you. Council is adjourned.